Hello, YouTube peoples! I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club! Wow, once again, the StreamYard's timer is such a mess. It just started at like 3 minutes. I have no idea why. It's very weird. But we are going to have a good time tonight. We got ducks, we got wine. That's what I forgot to do. I forgot to get Ralph out of the bag where he has to live so that my cat doesn't end Ralph. Because we have made improvements to our royal stage, as I am now calling it, which I will show off very shortly. I have some other ideas in mind, I just haven't gotten to them yet. But we've added a little bling, we've added a little fancy to the duck stage. Hopefully we will add more ducks. Ralph is lonely, we need more ducks. But all things in their time. As for last week, we only read one chapter because it was super long. Because this is the most uneven book ever. Don't pull Ralph. Okay, Ralph is secure. Ralph is good. Ralph is good. We are good. The duck is good. We're good. And we had, let's see what happened to the book. They finished the game of pool. In establishing they both didn't know how to play pool. They had really unsatisfying sex. This was followed by him directly sabotaging her career after promising blatantly that him buying the company she works for meant he would not interfere in any way with her career. No, I just want to own the company just in case. What does he do? He proceeds to immediately interfere with her career by torpedoing a trip to New York because she would have been going with her boss and there for a couple of days without him, which there's no reason that he couldn't have just gone with her. Because you have to understand that the Christian Grey logic, as I'm going to call it, is that he doesn't want her alone with any other man, as we established with the hairdresser, but also he thinks her boss is a creep. Now, he may be right about this, but Anastasia said, I can handle him. You know, I can take care of myself. And he threw in her face that, well, you couldn't handle Jose when he made unwanted advances, which would have had me ending things with Christian Grey permanently right there, because how dare you? That is some next level victim blaming right there. But her learned helplessness continues because she, after they had an email fight in which he basically just got the details of the trip out of her, got mad, and then within minutes had exercised his authority as I now own the company guy to have the trip canceled entirely. So she can't go away with her boss, the aptly named Jack Hyde, and I'd say aptly ironically. So that was about it. We also had that Christian's former Dame emailed Anastasia saying, let's do lunch. She was mad. And what did she do? In the midst of being mad at him for interfering with her career, as she had the right to do. Hi, Nightwolf! Ow! Good to see ya! Glad you're here. Thank you for coming. Soon there will be ducks. So, yes, after he has torpedoed a big event for her career, she immediately runs to him and says, solve this problem for me. Apparently forgetting that like 3 pages earlier, she pulled the whole I can handle my own life thing when she didn't want him to cancel the trip. But now she wants him to handle Elena. Because after like saying I want to have words with her and then having the perfect opportunity to do so, she's like, no, I don't want to have lunch with her. I mean, hell, I'd do it just to see what background I could dig out of her. But that is our time, so I'll rise for the national anthem as YouTube has stopped listening and hopefully the sound works.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! And hello to everyone streaming in. I've seen people coming in. Thank you for being here. Hello. And all hail our glorious inaugural duck, Ralph. On his evolving stage this week, we have added bling. Check it out. Rhinestone rainbow. How freaking cool is this? So the stage is coming along. We have our stage lights, these red dots in the front that I thought looked like stage lights. We have Ralph, our inaugural duck. I got to do something to pattern the top. I have an idea, but it was going to be messy and I didn't have time to clean it up today. So I have an idea to do something to the top to really make it bling out, because these are our ducks. They need to look awesome. This is their pantheon from which they preside over all things book club. Also, Ralph is very lonely. So if anyone would like to help out, link is in the top. Our 3 sponsorship tiers, as I'm calling them, because it was something that sounded nice in my head, is for collective. Every time we collectively hit $10, there will be a new duck, which is drawn at random from a big bag of ducks. See, we have all these. We have all these ducks waiting to join Ralph on the stage. There's lots of them. I don't even know what they all are because I've been deliberately not looking, and I would like to be able to look at them. So for every collective $10, we will randomly draw a duck, and it will be added to the stage, and you get to name the duck. Whoever is the person that donated the $10, you get to name the duck. Please specify in the message part so I can see it. If we get to $25, I will put on these handcuffs for the remainder of the current chapter or the remainder of the night, depending where we are exactly. Yes, these are official 50 Shades of Grey handcuffs, and yes, they actually say, "You are mine," complete with periods between every word, because they really, really had to. And if by some miracle we get to a collective $50, I will chug an entire glass of wine, which if you ever want to fuck me up with that, this is so the time to do that, because I just poured this. I have had 0 to drink since last book club. It's been a very dry, boring week. Usually I only fill it to here. I was watching the video and not paying attention, so I overfilled the glass. So if you ever want to get the most bang for your buck by making me chug this, I'm just saying this is your moment. I know the ducks are not My Little Pony themed. They were just random. It was an assortment of 25 ducks at random of all kinds of different things and different colors. It was the cheapest one that I could find that had like good variety and a decent number of ducks. So there's all different kinds. So link is at the top of the chat if anyone would like to sponsor a duck, handcuffs, or my getting really effed up really quickly. But we'll put Ralph aside now where he will wait for more friends. Everyone say goodbye to Ralph. He's the best duck. Okay. Ralph is safe and secure. Alrighty. Picking up from where we left off, which was a whole lot of fighting, him being insufferable, and now apparently, oh yeah, I forgot. At the very end, Elena has just randomly shown up, I guess, at Christian's penthouse. I guess that's where they are, his apartment. Even though he's all concerned about stalkers and only just now thought to actually change the locks on the place. Alright, chapter 12. Did you talk to her today? I asked Christian as we wait for Mrs. Robinson's arrival. Yes. What did you say? I said that you didn't want to see her, and that I understood your reasons why. I also told her I didn't appreciate her going behind my back. His gaze was impassive, giving nothing away. Oh, good. What did she say? She brushed it off in a way that only Elena can. His mouth flattens to a crooked line. Why do you think she's here? I have no idea. Christian shrugs. Is he really so oblivious? Do I even want to know what you're going to play with? I'm just saying this phrase is open to interpretation. My tie, which I need to get better. I'm buying. I've come to the conclusion if I can get one for like $1, because that's literally all I'm willing to spend, I'm getting a better tie, because this is also the quiltedness on this. It's starting to get that like fuzziness that quilted things do. So, and I want something cooler. This is very warm. It's very thick. So I just want like maybe like a tie from the dollar store that's gray, that's like super thin, and I'll be able to tie better than this and doesn't get fuzzy. You mean this, Nightwolf? I'm just guessing, but you know, you say the word play to me, those are the things that come to mind, but everybody knows this. I have no idea, Christian shrugs. Taylor enters the great room again. Mrs. Lincoln, he announces. And here she is. Why is she so damned attractive? She's dressed entirely in black, tight jeans and a shirt that emphasizes her perfect figure. A halo of bright, glossy hair. Okay, in the real world, if a woman is pissed off at another woman or hates her, she's not mentally thinking how damn gorgeous she is. She's going, fuck that bitch. And you'd be calling her hair out for having split ends and frizzies, and her jeans are too tight, and who thinks she looks good in that shirt? That's women. Christian pulls me close. Helena, he says, his tone puzzled. She gapes at me in shock, frozen to the spot. She blinks before finding her soft voice. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had company, Christian. It's Monday. She says as if this explains why she's here. Girlfriend, he says by way of explanation, and tilts his head to one side and gives her a cool smile. That seems like such a jerk way to do that. And also, what, do they have a standing Monday, like, date? This would not surprise me at all. A slow, beaming smile, discreetly and directed entirely at him, spreads across her face. It's unnerving. Of course. Hello, Anastasia. I didn't know that you'd be here. I know you didn't want to talk to me. I accept that. Why do I think that's BS? To you, I assert quietly, gazing at her and taking all of us by surprise. Oh, the mouse speaks and everybody's surprised. Yeah, that is not surprising because they've all seen the way he treats her. With a slight frown, she moves further into the room. Yes, I get the message. I'm not here to see you. Like I said, Christian rarely has company during the week. She pauses. I have a problem and I need to talk to Christian about it. Oh? Christian straightens up. Do you want a drink? Yes, please, she murmurs gratefully. I'm not okay with this if I'm Anastasia. I'm also not leaving the room. Christian fetches a glass while Elena and I stand awkwardly gazing at each other. She fidgets with a large silver ring on her middle finger, while I don't know where to look. Finally, she gives me a small, tight smile and approaches the kitchen island and sits on the bar stool at the end. She obviously knows the place well and feels comfortable moving around here. Do I stay? Do I go? Oh, this is so difficult. No, it's not. You stay. This bitch has designs on your man. I don't agree with this relationship, but I'm saying there's some basic girl code. You don't leave a woman that is after your man in the room with him alone. You make your presence annoyingly in her face. The subconscious scowls at the woman with her most hostile harpy face. There's so much I want to say to this woman, and none of it complimentary. But she's Christian's friend, his only friend. And for all my loathing of this woman, I am innately polite. Yeah, I would not be so. He's out of the room. I would be having a couple of words to say while he's gone. Deciding to stay, I sit as gracefully as I can manage on the stool Christian's vacated. Christian pours wine into each of our glasses and sits between us at the breakfast bar. Can you feel how weird this is? What's up? He asks her. Elena looks nervously at me, and Christian reaches over and clasps my hand. Anastasia's with me now, he says to her silent query and squeezes my hand. I flush and my subconscious beams at him, harpy face forgotten. Aw, I'm no longer mad because he's like holding my hand in private. What are you, 11? Elena's face softens as if she's pleased for him. Really pleased for him. Oh, I don't understand this woman at all. And I'm uncomfortable and edgy in her presence. She takes a deep breath and shifts, perching on the edge of her bar stool and looking agitated. She glances nervously down at her hands and starts maniacally twisting the large silver ring around and around on her middle finger. What's wrong with her? Is it my presence? Do I have an effect on her? Because I feel the same way. I don't want her here. She raises her head and looks Christian squarely in the eye. I'm being blackmailed. Holy shit. Not what I expected out of her mouth. Christian stiffens. Has someone found out a better penchant for beating and fucking underage boys? I suppress my revulsion, and a fleeting thought about chickens coming home to roost crosses my mind. My subconscious rubs her hands together with ill-disguised glee. Good. Yeah, can we just remind everybody that Mrs. Robinson belongs in jail? And the fact that at least in the movies, she has I don't know how the books handle it, so they may have handled it differently. I've heard that the endings are different. But yeah, at least in the movies, she faces no consequences in the end. They kind of imply that she had something to do with the kidnapping plot at the end, but it's ambiguous at best, and it's so like tacked on. I'm wondering if it was like just added on after they finished shooting, because it's literally just like it's like suggested by like one shot of her sitting on a couch that they could have filmed like any freaking time. So yeah, I wonder if that was an afterthought just to make her more of a villain, because fans I remember hearing like fans did not like her character, and that like nothing happened to her, that she got away with everything. And not only that, she like owns a successful like spa business and is rich now because of Christian, because he gave her the money to start it and like probably helped her a lot. Much better. Pollen. Things continue to be noisy around here. Hey, persnickety! Hey! Let me show up your deck for you. Here's Ralph. He's still alone, but he's hanging in there. He's a very good duck. And his stage got an upgrade. He has gemstone rainbows now. So more will be added, but we have Ralph. He's nearby. He's watching. Oh, come on. They don't squeak very much. But Ralph says hello. Well, he's a very fancy duck. It's a work in progress. There's going to be more. How? Christian asks, his horror clear in his voice. She reaches into an oversized patent leather designer purse and pulls out a note and hands it to him. Is it really a designer bag if it's patent leather? Because usually that's the sign that it's fake. Put it down, lay it out. Christian points to the breakfast bar counter with his chin. You don't want to touch it? No, fingerprints. So he is a little paranoid. Not that I blame him. Christian, you know I can't go to the police with this. Why am I listening to this? Is she fucking some other poor boy? She lays the note out for him and he bends to read it. They're only asking for $5,000, he says almost absent-mindedly. Any idea who it might be? Someone in the community. No, she says in her soft, sweet voice. Okay, is this implying that she is part of a pedophile ring? Because, yeah, anyone in a BDSM community that finds out somebody else in the community is involved with someone underage is phoning the police. Not covering for them. Link? Link, who's that? It's spelled as Linc. So, yeah. What? After all this time? I don't think so, she grumbles. Does Isaac know? I haven't told him. Who's Isaac? I think he needs to know, Christian says. She shakes her head, and now I feel like I'm intruding. I want none of this. I try to retrieve my hand from Christian's grasp, but he just tightens his hold and turns his gaze to me. What? He asks. I'm tired. I think I'll go to bed. His eyes search mine, looking for what? Censure? Acceptance? Hostility? I keep my expression as bland as possible. Okay, he says. I won't be long. Why do I think if there wasn't someone there and he didn't want her to leave, he would not be letting go? Though he kidnapped her in public, so really. He releases me and I stand. Elena watches me warily. I stay tight-lipped as I return her gaze, giving nothing away. Good night, Anastasia. She gives me a small smile. Good night, I mutter. My voice sounds cold. I turn to leave. You do not owe this woman common courtesy or politeness. Like, I am a bitch, to be sure. I am frequently way too blunt, bold, in your face, loud, pushy, and opinionated. But I don't fucking bullshit in front of people I don't like. If I don't like you, you know it. Because I've never in my life, and call this a failing if you want, plenty do, but I've never in my life felt the need to pretend that I like someone that I don't, or to make polite small talk when I have absolutely no interest in speaking to someone, or with, I do try in general the whole, like, just be nice for the sake of it thing when appropriate. But I don't go out of my way to be hearts and flowers. If you're somebody I'm never going to see again, I'm probably going to be really direct because I'm trying to do something. And if I'm talking to you, then you get to help me do it, and then I'm leaving. So it's like business. So no, I don't need to stand here and chat about the weather and ugly Christmas sweaters for 5 minutes before doing my business. I just want to do the thing and leave. Like, I accidentally made a bank customer service manager. Well, she was like a customer relation. I don't know who the fuck this woman was. I was having an annoying problem at my bank. They were being assholes. And I was just sitting there waiting because somebody was calling somebody. And so I was just waiting and scrolling through my emails, minding my own business, perfectly chill. When some idiot bitch comes up to me and she's like, well, I'm our customer coordinator experience manager, or one of those stupid made up things. It's not a real fucking job. And this bitch would not go the fuck away. I did not ask to speak to her. There was absolutely nothing that she could do to help with the problem whatsoever. And I asked her, I'm like, okay, can you help with this? And she's like, well, no, but I just talk to people when they're unhappy with our services. It's like, okay, bitch, email me next week. I'm in the middle of trying to do something and you're not helping. You just said you have zero ability to be helpful and I don't want to speak to you. So I politely, and I do mean politely, I went out of my way to be nice because we're in a bank, we're in a mall, there's a lot of people, I'm trying to be chill. I very politely asked this woman to please leave me alone as I did not wish to speak to her and did not need her services or whatever, like at least 4 times. 4 times. I'm trying to scroll through my email and listen to music and chill, and this bitch is in my face. Like, and it's like, lady, I just said I don't want to talk to you. There's nothing you can do to help with the problem. I have to wait for Guy to make the call and then come back with the answer to the thing. Go away. She wouldn't fucking go away. So my evil side came out and lit into her for only about 30 seconds. And then had to get in one more snide remark when she finally walked away. And I'm sorry that I was mean to her. Well, no, I'm not. I'm not sorry I was mean to her. I'm sorry she made it necessary for me to be mean to her. And yes, I mean that. Somebody tells you to go away 4 times, I don't want to talk to you, and you have no actual business being there, go away. Because if you don't, odds are somebody's going to find a way to make you go away. But as she was walking away, and I could not resist one more remark, I actually made her cry, and that I felt bad about. Because I didn't intend for that to happen, but seriously, if somebody tells you 4 times, I don't want your help, please leave me alone, go away. Like, I do not understand people that don't fucking get go away. I don't get it. Yes, I am all those things. I'm well aware. I know what my faults are, believe me. I don't always agree with what other people call my faults, but I'm aware most of the time. So we just introduced like 3 new characters, and we're never gonna know who these people, who like Isaac and Link and whatever are. We're never gonna know who these people are. It doesn't matter. I don't think there's a great deal I can do, Elena, Christian says to her. If it's a question of money, his voice trails off. I could ask Welch to investigate. Do we know who this is, or is this yet another? This is the section where we introduce all the characters that didn't make the movies. No, Christian, I just wanted to share, she says. When I'm out of the room, I hear her say, you look very happy. I am, Christian responds. You deserve to be. I wish that were true. Christian, she scolds. I freeze, listening intently. I can't help it. You had to leave the room to eavesdrop? Really? Does she know how negative you are about yourself? About all your issues? She knows me better than anyone. Ouch, that hurts. It's the truth, Elena. I don't have to play games with her. That is the biggest... Okay, maybe he feels like he doesn't have to play games with her, but he still fucking plays games 24/7. That's all he does. Games and bullshit is how he communicates everything. Well, games and orders, I should say. Hey, I didn't say that. Unzip that mouth, good sir. I demand it. Pollen. So it's being alluded to that he has like self-loathing issues, though I gotta say, does not show in his outward character. So unless you are gonna say that he has like basically a split personality, which would kind of fit, honestly, don't freaking bring this up. Especially not literally halfway through a series. And no, he's never told her any of that. That would involve them having a conversation, which is a thing they don't do. It's the truth, Elena. I don't have to play games with her. And I mean it, leave her alone. What is her problem? You. What we were. What we did. She doesn't understand. Make her understand. It's in the past, Elena. Why would I want to taint her with our fucked up relationship? She's good and sweet and innocent, and by some miracle she loves me. So is he thinking he can get like a contact innocence offer? Is this what we're playing with? He has like self-loathing, I'm dirty and unlovable and I don't deserve happiness thing, which I can relate to. But we're saying by finding like an incarnation of the Virgin Mary, somehow he's like healed and purified or whatever. Because those tones are certainly fucking there in the Mister series. My God, she literally deified the Alessia as the Virgin Mary about 70 times. It's driving me crazy. So yeah, there's some element of it here. Early warning signs. It's no miracle, Christian. Elena scoffs good-naturedly. Have a little faith in yourself. You really are quite a catch. I've told you often enough. And she seems lovely too. Strong. Someone to stand up to you. Bull fucking shit. Bull fucking shit. The only 2 times she has tried, he has responded by kidnapping her in public and getting a company trip canceled. I can't hear Christian's response. So, I'm strong, am I? I certainly don't feel that way. That's the correct way to feel! Don't you miss it? Elena continues. What? Your playroom. I stop breathing. That really is none of your fucking business. Christian snaps. Well, there's an answer for you. Oh, I'm sorry, Elena snorts indecisively. I think you'd better go. And please call before you come again. Christian, I'm sorry, she says, and from her tone this time she means it. Since when are you so sensitive? She's scolding him again. Helena, we have a business relationship that's profited us both immensely. Let's keep it that way. What was between us is part of the past. Anastasia's my future, and I won't jeopardize it in any way. So cut the fucking crap. His future. She's thinking in her head. She just got excited. I see. Look, I'm sorry for your trouble. Perhaps you should ride it out and call their bluff. His tone is softer. I don't want to lose you, Christian. I'm not yours to lose, Elena. He snaps again. That's not what I meant. What did you mean? He's brusque, angry. Look, I don't want to argue with you. Your friendship means a lot to me. I'll back off from Anastasia, but I'm here if you need me. I always will be. Anastasia thinks you saw me last Saturday. You called, that's all. Why did you tell her otherwise? I wanted her to know how upset you were when she left. I don't want her to hurt you. Having a lot of trouble keeping track of who is talking because it's Negler. She knows. I've told her. Stop interfering. Honestly, you're like a mother hen. Christian sounds more resigned and Elena laughs, but there's a sad tone to her laugh. I know, I'm sorry. You know I care about you. I never thought you'd end up falling in love, Christian. It's very gratifying to see, but I couldn't bear it if she hurt you. I'll take my chances, he says dryly. Now, are you sure you don't want Welch to sniff around? She sighs heavily. I suppose it wouldn't do any harm. Okay, I'll call him in the morning. Listening to them bickering, trying to figure this out. They do sound like old friends, as Christian says. Just friends. And she cares about him. Maybe too much. Well, who would anybody? Would anybody not care about him? Yes. Thank you, Christian, and I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. I'll go. Next time I'll call. Good. She's going? Shit. I scamper up the hallway to Christian's bedroom and sit down on the bed. Christian enters a few moments later. Yeah, like he doesn't have cameras in the apartment. She's gone, he says warily, gauging my reaction. I gaze up at him and try to frame my question. Will you tell me all about her? I'm trying to understand why you think she helped you. I pause, thinking carefully about my next sentence. I loathe her, Christian. I think she did you untold damage. You have no friends. Did she keep them away from you? Why are they getting Willy, Duppy? Why the fuck do you want to know about her? We had a very long-standing affair. She beat the shit out of me often, and I fucked her in all sorts of ways you can't imagine. End of story. Apparently, she also did some of the fucking, as he admitted at one point. I pale. Shit. He's angry. With me. I blink at him. Why are you so angry? Because all of that shit is over, he shouts, glowering at me. He sighs in exasperation and shakes his head. Yeah, any guy who's gonna snap and yell like this, red flags. Also, what do you bet this is leading to sex? Because this is how it goes. He yells at her and then they have sex. I blanch. Shit. I look down at my hands, knotted in my lap. I just want to understand. Yes, how dare she ask him about the woman who was just there? That there's obviously weird stuff going about. And what was the point of her showing up other than to say, I'm being blackmailed, but don't do anything about it. I just wanted you to know. And we don't even find out what exactly she's being blackmailed over. Like, yes, they suggest that it's over her being in a new relationship with someone underage, but that's not confirmed. He sits down beside me. What do you want to know? He asks warily. You don't have to tell me. I don't mean to intrude. Yes, actually, you do, and at a certain point, you're allowed to do a little of that. Anastasia, it's not that. I don't like talking about this shit. I've lived in a bubble for years with nothing affecting me and not having to justify myself to anyone. She's always been there as a confidant. And now my past and my future are colliding in a way I never thought possible. I glance at him and he's staring at me, his eyes wide. I've never thought I'd have a future with anyone, Anastasia. You give me hope and have me thinking of all sorts of possibilities. He drifts off. I was listening, I whisper, and stare back down at my hands. To what? To our conversation? Yes. Well, he sounds resigned. She cares for you. Yes, she does, and I for her in my own way. But it doesn't come close to how I feel about you, if that's what this is about. I'm not jealous. I'm wounded that he would think that. Or am I? Shit, maybe that is what it is. You don't love her, I murmur. It's not jealousy. He's projecting that. Because she ain't jealous. She's just like, this person is evil. They did horrible things to you. They should be in jail. I don't want them around. That's not being jealous. That's being a reasonable person. Okay, I gotta fix my makeup because it's driving me crazy. The unevenness. No, it wasn't a puppy. It was me. Puppy's under his blanket asleep. Oh, but I promised Kitty update. And Kitty update is that Kitty is turning into a big, sucky, fluffy, fat fur ball. Because he is still coming up in bed at night on the kitty side of the bed. They've put a line in the middle, which is me. And the dog is on one side and the kitty's on the other. So Kitty came up and was getting petted. And he actually laid down beside me, which he's now done like 5-6 times, where he actually lays down for a few minutes, but then I move around too much and he gets annoyed and he leaves. But while he's there, he'll like do the paw, like, hey, pet me. Come on, don't stop petting me. Keep petting me. And last night, he crossed the line from just laying there and sort of cuddling to full-on sucky baby, cuddly, furball, fat kitty, because he tried to roll over and show me his big fat belly and do his turning his head, I'm so cute, I'm so cute, I'm so cute thing, while he was rubbing his head all up in my arm and on my chest and just rolling around and wanting to be petted and belly scratched, and he was a very happy kitty. He even started not making that sound. The one that goes, but he's never actually making that sound. That sound just occurs when he's happy. Bo is beside himself going nuts. Even though I have like one hand petting the kitty and one hand is petting the puppy. Oh no, not enough for the puppy. No. He starts slowly climbing his way on top of my chest till his head is like right here and his nose is touching my chin. He's looking up at me with the big eyes like, don't you love me the best? I get all the attention. The bed is my time. It's mine. Kick him out. He's never supposed to be in here. Because until a month ago, Kitty never came to bed or demanded attention. Kitty has even been letting me pet him in the living room. In front of the dog. Which caused the dog to go in his crate and sulk and look at me like I betrayed him. And then in an effort to get revenge on the kitty for last night's cuddling, Puppy got caught earlier today trying to climb onto the table where the kitty food is so he could eat all the kitty food and say, I'll show you. This got puppy put in timeout. And I can say this one time, I can state with absolute certainty, he knew exactly why he was being punished. Mm-hmm. Yeah, why did that taste weird? Who wouldn't want to be what? Snuggle cuddled or put in timeout? He sighs again. He really is pissed. How long ago? A long time ago, I thought I loved her, he says through gritted teeth. Oh, when we were in Georgia, you said you didn't love her. That's right. I frown. I loved you then, Anastasia, he whispers. You're the only person I'd fly 3,000 miles to see. Oh my, I don't understand. He still wanted me as a sub then. My frown deepens. The feelings I have for you are very different from from any I ever had for Elena, he says by way of explanation. When did you know? He shrugs. Ironically, it was Elena who pointed it out to me. She encouraged me to go to Georgia. I knew it. I knew it in Savannah. I gaze at him blankly. What do I make of this? Maybe she is on my side and just worried that I'll hurt him? The thought is painful. I would never want to hurt him. She's right. He's been hurt enough. Oh God, now she has now crossed the line into making excuses for his terrible and abusive behavior. This is not good. Ugh. It was so nice all week, and just yesterday and today, the temperature's back up like nearing 30. Like, I was wearing like long sleeves and pants to bed. And yet, last night, completely naked. Perhaps she's not so bad. I shake my head. I don't want to accept his relationship with her. I disapprove. Yes, that's what this is. She's an unsavory character who preyed on a vulnerable adolescent, robbing him of his teenage years no matter what he says. So you desired her when you were younger? Yes. Oh. She taught me a great deal. She taught me to believe in myself. Oh. But she also beat the shit out of you. He smiles fondly. Yes, she did. And you liked that. At the time I did. So much that you wanted to do it to others. His eyes grow wide and serious. Yes. Did she help you with that? Yes. Did she sub for you? Yes. Holy fuck. Do you expect me to like her? My voice sounds brittle and bitter. No. No, it would make my life a hell of a lot easier, he says warily. I do understand your reticence. Reticence? Geez, Christian. If that were our son, how would you feel? He blinks at me as though he doesn't comprehend the question. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's headed that way. It's going to be a very hot couple of days, I'm thinking. Hopefully this is the last of the heat cuz I'm so over it. It's just like, ugh. Yeah, right? Yeah, she's been told all this multiple times. Nothing has changed. You know, and again, like this is one of the review shows I tried to do. I had awards at the end, and one was for a universe where police don't exist. This gets the "We Don't Need No Stinking Badges" award because apparently, because nobody has thought of going to the police about what she did ever. It's not being. No one has even said that. Oh, by the way, what she did is extremely criminal. Nobody's doing that. Ah. Uh, I didn't have to stay with her. It was my choice too, Anastasia, he murmurs. This is getting me nowhere. I was just thinking that same thing. This is going to go permanently nowhere. Because you two are in different places. And I get what the author's going for, and I'm not giving her credit for this because this is way too smart for her, but it's what she's playing with is people's perceptions of their abuse. If you grow up in an abusive household, as anyone will tell you, you are the last person that knows you're growing up in an abusive household because whatever you grow up with is normal. So if you grow up in a household where people juggle geese and walk on the ceiling, you grow up thinking that everybody grew up with a parent that juggles geese and walks on the ceiling. That's how it works. So I get that from his perception, he didn't perceive it as abuse at the time, so he didn't feel that way at the time, so he doesn't feel that way now. I get that. Been there. Got a couple of experiences. I can file under that. However, oh, I know, persnickety. I'm in dangerous waters here. However, the thing is, I had two very, very similar occurrences only a couple of years apart. Okay, both involved an older man doing something to me that he should not have done. One wound up going through the courts. He wound up in jail. That guy I was always pissed at and very much knew in my head that what he did was wrong. I didn't like it. He is a jerk. He deserved to go to jail, and he did. Always been pissed about that. Always fully recognized in my head that that was abuse. It was wrong, blah, blah, blah. All the checklist of buzzwords they say at school. Flash forward about a year and a half, maybe, no, not like a year and a half, yeah. Virtually same situation. Even to a more extreme. More than what first guy did, second guy did. However, second guy in my head, even though I'll get there. Second guy in my head does not register under the abuse category. Because, for me, I was a fully willing participant, and at all of 14, I totally had the right to do that and knew exactly what I was doing and wanted, and everything was fine. None of that is true, and I know that now. But at the time, you sure as hell don't feel that way. You feel like you know exactly what you're doing, and this is all your choice, and you totally want to do these things. And yeah, it's creepy and weird, but you're grown up now. You can handle it. You can totally handle this, right? Yeah, because you're a grown up, or at least not a kid. But both guys belong in the same category. Second guy belongs in jail just as much. Actually a lot more, because he did a lot more things. Not just to me, but in terms of like magnitude. Like we don't exactly have transporting a minor across state lines here, but it's equivalent. So yeah, second guy arguably worse. But in my head, that is under the relationship category because we'd been chatting online for months. And idiot me was treating it kind of like a dating secret, sexy kind of relationship. So that's how they wind up in different categories in your head. But logically, I know that guy belongs in jail. I have no idea if he was ever caught or whatever. Had nothing. I didn't report him to anybody, but I've always been curious if he ever did get caught. But in my head, like again, they're different categories, so I get it. Because you don't think of it the same way, but at least logically, I know. That's the thing that Christian is missing. He doesn't have that grown-up retrospective point of view where you go, oh yeah, that was actually really fucked up. You know, like most 90s movies, if you look at them now, you go, oh, how did that get a PG rating? Oh yeah, they didn't have other ratings at the time, so everything was PG. Even things that nowadays would struggle to meet an R rating and not just get X. Seriously, some 90s movies are really messed up. If you get into them, they're really, really messed up. The deleted scenes on Pretty Woman alone. Also, that entire movie. Nipples. Who is Link? Her ex-husband, Lincoln Timber. What do we think he does for a living? Coughing bit. Hold on. Okay, that was fun. Vacuumed out the top of my head. Did I miss some? Ugh. I swear, something around here starts blooming like right at like 8 o'clock, or something gets watered or something, because the pollen attacks. The very same, he smirks. And Isaac? Her current submissive. Oh no. He's in his mid-20s, Anastasia. You know, a consenting adult. We really did actually need that line. He adds quickly, correctly deciphering my look of disgust. Your age? I mutter. Look, Anastasia, as I said to her, she's part of my past. You are my future. Don't let her come between us, please. And quite frankly, I'm really bored of this subject. I'm going to do some work. He stands and gazes down at me. Let it go, please. I stare mulishly up at him. Oh, I almost forgot, he adds. Your car arrived a day early. It's in the garage. Taylor has the key. Whoa, the sob? Can I drive it tomorrow? No. Why not? You know why not. And that reminds me, if you're going to leave your office, let me know. Sawyer was there watching you. Okay, I forgot about that. I forgot that. She already knew this. Well, I hope she did, because if she acts surprised by this, she's dumber than fuck. Okay, yeah, the other super creepy. He's now escalated his stalking to total spying all the time, because after agreeing that the bodyguard could take her to work, drop her off, and pick her up, oh no, and I called this at the time, no, he made the bodyguard stand on the street and watch the office building door all day, because when she had to run out to get her boss lunch, Christian immediately was emailing her and being like, why did you leave the building alone? I told you not to do that. Bitch, if the bodyguard is standing on the street watching her anyway, just have him fall in behind her and protect her like that. She doesn't even have to know he's there if he's good at his job. But are we seeing the evolution of his like complete possession and like caging of this girl? Because like they're not even engaged yet. They've known each other for if I'm generous, 5 weeks. I think we're closer to like 4. And so already he has hired people that report and answer only to him, literally texting him her every single flippin' move. I know, right? Ugh. It seems I can't trust you to look after yourself at all, he scolds, making me feel like an errant child again. Would you be tolerating that from a partner? Because I don't think I am. You're not going to speak to me like that. And I would argue with him, but he's pretty worked up over Elena, and I don't want to push him any further. But I can't resist one comment. See, again, when you're holding your tongue because you're afraid of your partner's rage being redirected at you, and the fact that he might get violent or beat you, as they keep saying, or hit her, as they keep saying, yes, time to run. Seems I can't trust you either, I mutter. You could have told me Sawyer was watching me. Do you want to fight about that too? He snaps. I wasn't aware we were fighting. I thought we were communicating. I mumble petulantly. It is as close to a conversation as they tend to come. He closes his eyes briefly as he struggles to contain his temper. I swallow and watch anxiously. This could go either way. I have to work, he says quietly, and with that he leaves the room. Exhale. I hadn't realized I'd been holding my breath. I flop back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Can we ever have a normal conversation without it disintegrating into an argument? It's exhausting. No, you can't. Because all you two do is fight and fuck. That is it. We just don't know each other that well. Do I really want to move in with him? I don't even know if I should make him a cup of tea or coffee while he's working. Should I disturb him at all? I have no idea of his likes and dislikes. Seriously, he just said disgusting things to you. You're in the middle of a fight, 2 fights actually, and your thought is, "Oh, my hubby or my boyfriend or whatever is working late. Should I bring him a cup of coffee like a good little girlfriend, servant, maid, slut, wife, whatever?" Seriously, who cares if he wants tea or coffee while he's working? You can fucking get him himself. Are you mad at him or not? Evidently, he's bored with the whole Elena thing. That's not what he said. He's right. I need to move on. Let it go. That is not a way to oversimplify. Well, at least he's not expecting me to be friends with her, and I hope that she'll stop her hassling me now for a meeting. I get off the bed and wander to the window, unlocking the balcony door. I open it and stroll over to the glass railing. Its transparency is unnerving. The air is chilly and fresh as I'm up so high. I gaze out over the twinkling lights of Seattle. He's so far removed from everything up here in his fortress, answerable to no one. He just told me he loves me, and then all this crap comes up because of that dreadful woman. I roll my eyes. His life is so complicated. He's so complicated. No, he's not. He's actually not complicated at all. He's remarkably simplistic and base because he's not emotionally developed or mature in any way. So, he's actually quite a simple creature to understand. With a heavy sigh and a last glance at Seattle spread like cloths of gold at my feet. That's the kind of line I would smack myself for writing and then erase it and remind myself that I'm not writing flowery stuff. Not that I don't have my flowery moments and my twisted little tale. Sometimes I just can't resist. Sometimes a really good line that it sounds so trash, but it's so good. These are the things that get removed when I edit. Well, if you can call my level of skill editing, my grandfather certainly wouldn't have. He was an actual newspaper editor, so kind of had a high bar. Never asked him to proofread any of my schoolwork ever. Not that he was ever home when I was in school. When I was little, I used to forget that he existed because I literally never saw him. He'd leave the house before I got up, get home after I was in bed because I was like 2 or 3. I decide to call Ray. I haven't spoken to him for a while. It's a brief conversation as usual, but I ascertain he's fine and that I'm interrupting an important soccer match. Hope all's well with Christian, he says casually, and I know he's fishing for information, but doesn't really want to know. Yeah, we're cool. Sort of. And I'm moving in with him, though we haven't discussed a timetable. Love you, Dad. Love you too, Annie. Yeah, really, because any like parental figure ever. Good night, Night Wolf. We'll miss you. Get some rest. Arr. All right, we're 1 hour in. We're still waiting for any new ducks. But the bag is at the ready. I hang up and check my watch. It's only 10. Because of our discussion, I'm feeling strangely enervated and restless. I shower quickly, then back in the bedroom decide to wear one of the night dresses that Caroline Acton procured for me from Neiman Marcus. Christian's always moaning about my t-shirts. So now she's trying to dress up for him, because, like, seriously? There are 3. I choose the pale pink and put it over my head. The fabric skims across my skin, caressing and clinging to me as it falls around my body. It feels luxurious. The finest, thinnest satin. Whoa. In the mirror, I look like a 1930s movie star. It's long, elegant, and very un-me. Sounds extremely me. I would wear the heck out of that in a heartbeat. Maybe not pink, but the rest, yes. I grab the matching robe and decide to hunt out a book in the library. I could read on my iPad, but right now I want the comfort and reassurance of a physical book. I'll leave Christian alone. Perhaps he'll recover his good humor once he's finished working. There are so many books in Christian's library. Scanning every title will take forever. I glance occasionally at the billiard table and flush as I recall our previous evening. I smile when I see that the ruler is still on the floor. Picking it up, I swap my palm. Ow, it stings. Why can't I take a little more pain for my man? Oh, God. Oh, help me. Help me. I'm gonna die. Help me. Why can't I take a little more pain for my man? Ugh! Because you don't like it. Simple answer. You don't like it. Therefore, you should not do it just to be with a guy. And if he can't accept that you don't like it, and so if he wants to be with you, that's not part of the relationship, then you shouldn't be together. But that's the entire reason these two people should not be together. They are not compatible. They do not want or enjoy the same basic things when it comes to a relationship and how they approach sex, which is a big part of any relationship. Also, book is implying that Christian is damaged in a way that makes him hardwired to only be able to receive sexual gratification from abusing women who look like his mother. That is not something that just changes because he really wants it to. Even if he really is in love with her, which he's not, and really wants to have a normal vanilla relationship, which he doesn't, you cannot rewire somebody's sexuality or what they are, like, programmed as is implying to like and get off on. That's not how that works. All he's going to do is suppress it for a while, and then he's going to cheat on her and become the full-blown serial killer we all know that he is. Like, I had a play partner that was like this once, and we wound up, like, ceasing our relationship. No, it wasn't sexual. It was purely a dame for him. But the thing was, he was married, and he liked to get whipped. That was his thing. I liked to whip him. That was all we ever did. Here's the thing, though. He didn't want his wife to know because they'd had arguments about it. She was not into it, at all. She didn't like it, and she was a conservative religious person who thought it was of the devil. So she had threatened to leave him because he had gone to other dames before, and she had caught him because those kind of things leave marks. They leave bruises, occasionally cuts, or other kinds of marks, etc., depending how what you use, etc., etc. So she had caught him before. And so he was like, yeah, I want to be hit a lot and really hard, but don't leave bruises. I cannot gauge this, you moron. All I can do is ask you if I'm doing it too hard and do you want me to stop. I have no idea what the threshold level of making you bruise is or is not. Also, not my fucking concern. You want to hide from your wife like a little bitch rather than just saying, I'm doing this and you can do it or I'll find someone else who will? And I guarantee you she wasn't going to leave because I knew enough about the situation. But he was a sissy little bitch. So we had a great session. I asked him repeatedly if I was doing things too hard or too much. He was saying he was more than perfectly fine with what I was doing. 2 days later, he wants to call and bitch at me, saying that his wife is suspicious because he has bruises on his legs and other parts and has been wearing long PJs to bed when normally he doesn't. And so she was asking him questions because he was suddenly covering up in front of her. And he wanted to bawl me out, saying this was my fault. He got told exactly how much he could fuck off. That is a you problem, not a me problem. Sort your fucking life out and don't ever blame me for your fucking problems. You want to play in BDSM world, you know what comes with it. So grow a fucking pair, sort your shit, and enjoy your life. But that was the end of our relationship because I was not going to be told that I was causing problems in his marriage. Are you fucking kidding me? We only met twice. But yeah, what a fucking bitch. Disconsolately, I place it on the desk and continue my hunt for a good read. Oh, come on, eyelash. Ugh. Most of the books are first editions. How can he have amassed a collection like this in such a short time? Money. Perhaps Taylor's job description includes book buying. I settle on Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier. Oh my god, that's mentioned in the Mister too! Which some people said the Mister is like a ripoff of that. I've never read it. I don't know the story. But I saw in like comments and shit, people were saying Daphne du Maurier is like E.L. James's favorite author, and she thinks that she like, I guess, copies or emulates her style, and that Rebecca is her favorite book. I'm like tempted to get a copy just to see how much E.L. James directly ripped it off, because I'm betting it's like really high. I haven't read this for a long time. I smile as I curl up in one of the overstuffed armchairs and read the first line. Last night I dreamt I went to Manderley again. I know I've heard of the book. I assume it's reasonably famous. If anyone knows the story, like without spoiling anything, put in the chat what is the basic story of Rebecca if you know. I assume it's not the Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. I'm jostled awake as Christian lifts me in his arms. Hey, he murmurs, you fell asleep. I couldn't find you. I'm surprised he hasn't, like, in the middle of the night, like had a RFID tag injected into her leg or something. Because you know he will. You know, if E.L. James had been aware of that technology, it would have happened. You know it. Though it still says he's got air tags in her shoes. He nuzzles my hair. Sleepily, I put my arms around his neck and breathe in his scent. Oh, he smells so good. As he carries me back to the bedroom, he lays me down on the bed and covers me. Sleep, baby, he whispers, and he presses his lips against my forehead. So did he put her to sleep in his room or the subby room? Like, I know he said, like, his room, but he's not getting in bed with her, is all I'm saying. I wake suddenly from a disturbing dream and am momentarily disoriented. I find myself anxiously checking the end of the bed, but there's no one there. Drifting from the great room, I hear the faint strains of a complex melody from the piano. What time is it? I check the alarm clock. 2 in the morning. Has Christian come to sleep at all? I disentangle my legs from the robe which I'm still wearing and clamber out of bed. Oh, this is the Twilight piano scene, isn't it? In the great room, I stand in the shadows listening. Christian is lost in the music. He looks safe and secure in his bubble of light. And the tune he plays has a lilting melody, parts of which sound familiar, but so elaborate. He's so good. Why does this always take me by surprise? Why do all of her characters have to have some kind of musical ability? I think Anastasia is the only character of hers that is not shown to have any musical ability. The whole scene looks different somehow, and I realize that the piano lid is down, giving me an unhindered view. He glances up and our eyes lock, his gray and softly luminous in the diffuse glow of the lamp. He continues to play, not faltering at all. As I make my way over to him, his eyes follow me, drinking me in, burning brighter. As I reach him, he stops. Why did you stop? That was lovely. Do you have any idea how desirable you look at this moment? I have a feeling she could have walked out in like a tatty bathrobe and fuzzy Big Bird slippers and he would have said the same thing. Oh, come to bed, I whisper, and his eyes heat as he holds out his hand. When I take it, he tugs unexpectedly, so I fall into his lap. He wraps his arms around me and nuzzles my neck behind my ear, sending shivers down my spine. Why do we fight? He whispers, his teeth graze my earlobe. Oh, so it took a little longer than I thought, but here's the fucking after fighting, because that's all that they do. Why do we fight? We fight because you're a stalker, creep, asshole who is fucking with her career, interfering after you said you wouldn't, having a bodyguard literally spy and report on her every move. Which, if that doesn't meet the definition of like some kind of domestic violence in at least half the states, I'd be surprised. Because some states do have like spousal kind of stalking laws or things that count as domestic violence even if you are married, such as like putting tracker apps on the other person's phone, or like, those apps that'll let you see, like cloning their phone basically, so you have a mirror of it and can see what they're doing. These things count under in some states. Some states have gotten with the technology. There are still some states where putting an AirTag on a girl's car so you can stalk her, not illegal technically, because the law isn't cut up. Oh my god, why does my nose look so scratched up? It's still it's from me doing this. It's from me doing this all the time because I scratch when skin gets all dry and flaky. I get scratchy and then this happens and I look like kitty clawed me. Yeah, kitty got me down here, but these are healing. These two are like almost gone, but kitty, man, kitty got me good. I still have no idea how he keeps the back claws so sharp. The front ones, I've seen him sharpen those and yelled at him for scratching things he shouldn't. The back claws, I have no idea how he keeps them sharp enough to do this. I mean, I know he was scared of the fireworks, but Fireworks are one of the few things that makes his tail puff up like a stiff bristle brush. Like, he's got a thick tail because he's got too much fur. But yeah, when his tail just goes poof, and suddenly it's like a little Christmas tree on the back of him because his fur's like sticking straight out. It's like, okay, you're not a happy kitty right now. Yes, I'm going to open the bedroom door and let you go hide on the shelf where you think no one can see you. Go ahead. See, the thing with the shelf is, as long as he's facing the back of the bookcase, nobody can see him. Because we're getting to know each other, and you're stubborn and cantankerous and moody and difficult, I murmur breathlessly, shifting my head to give him better access to my throat. He runs his nose down my neck, and I feel his smile. I'm all those things, Miss Steele. It's a wonder you put up with me. He nips my earlobe, and I moan. Is it always like this? He sighs. I have no idea. Me neither. He yanks the sash of my robe so it falls open. The sniffly needs to stop. And his hand skims down my body over my breasts. My nipples harden beneath his gentle touch and strain against the satin. He continues down to my waist, down to my hip. You feel so fine under this material. I can see everything. Even this. He gently tugs. He tugs gently on my pubic hair through the fabric, making me gasp. I could not. I could not. I could not. I'm sorry. I think I would want to smack you, but I also think I would die laughing if somebody did that to me. And also, ow. And didn't he have her like professionally waxed or something? Why does she still have pubic hair? While his other hand fists my hair at my nape, of course. So he's literally holding her by the hair in two places, because that's sexy. Yeah, Pulling my head back, kill me now. He kisses me, his tongue urgent, relentless, needy. I moan in response and caress his dear, dear face. Uh, I'm squeaking Ralph for comfort. He's still very lonely. Wait, where's my... Ralph still needs some friends, but... Ha! Riding crop. Bad book. Bad, 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 bad book. And keep that handy. I'm gonna need it. I moan in response and caress his dear, dear face. His hand gently pulls my nightdress up, slowly, tantalizingly, until he's fondling my naked behind and then running his thumbnail down the inside of my thigh. Suddenly he rises, startling me, and lifts me onto the piano. My feet rest on the keys, sounding discordant, disjointed notes, and his hands skim up my legs and part my knees. He grabs my hands. Lie back, he orders. This is directly stolen from Pretty Woman. Holding my hands while I sink on my back on top of the piano. The lid is hard and uncompromising against my back. He lets go and pushes my legs wider open, my feet dancing over the keys, over the lower and higher notes. Oh boy, I know what he's going to do. And the anticipation. I groan loudly as he kisses the inside of my knee, then kisses and sucks and nips his way higher up my leg to my thigh. Okay, him going downtown was not what I was thinking. The soft satin of my nightgown rises higher, skimming over my sensitized skin as he pushes the fabric. I flex my feet and the chords sound again. Closing my eyes, I surrender myself to him as his mouth reaches the apex of my thighs. He kisses me there. Oh boy! Then gently blows before his tongue circles my clitoris. Oh, so not here for this. He pushes my legs wider. I feel so open, so exposed. I have so many things that would be wrong with this. All of this. I would never in a million be doing any of this for less than $1 million. Hey, if somebody is willing to pay for it, my limits change, but only to a degree. This falls on the yes category. There are other things that he's done that would still fall on the no category, and I don't care how rich you are. But this in general is in the no category. Also just sounds really uncomfortable. He holds me in place, his hands just above my knees as his tongue tortures me, giving me no quarter, no respite, no reprieve. Tilting my hips up, meeting and matching his rhythm, I'm consumed. Oh, Christian, please, I moan. Every time she says I moan, I want to do like I have this super sultry voice that I can sing the song Santa Baby in, and I'm told it's really hot. But it's, it's my version of like a combination of Betty Boop and Jessica Rabbit, kind of, and a very obscure character from a show I'm not going to mention. But every time she says I moan, I want to repeat the line in that voice, like in a mocking way. Oh no, baby, not yet, he teases, but I feel myself quicken as he does, and he stops. No, I whimper. This is my revenge, Anna, he growls softly. Argue with me, and I'm going to take it out on your body somehow! Fucking A! Fucking A! Fucking A! Fucking A! Fucking A! There it is! There it is in black and fucking white. Tell me in the comments, you fucking troll ass bitches. Tell me in the comments now that he's not an abusive bastard when he just outright said, anytime you argue with me, I'm going to physically punish you in some way for it. Yes, he's making her scream right now, and she's saying, like, go all the way, baby. But what's he doing? He's edging her again. He's bringing her right to the edge and then denying her release because he's punishing her in his own words, his words, somebody's words. He is punishing her for how dare you argue with me and not just give me my way on everything and don't ever talk back to me and don't ever question me. And this is such... The word incel did not exist when this book came out, but damn if she ain't playing to the crowd. Just a little bit. God, I had a tentative guest host that I really wish was here right now because I would love their opinion on that. So if you're watching, get your butt up here. I know, right? This is true. This is also true for both of the people in this relationship. I mean, Christian obviously never... Well, actually, I can say he did have an example of a good relationship after he was adopted, because by all accounts, his parents... Well, we don't see much of them, so I could be wrong on this. But his parents seem like they're in a pretty happy, pretty stable, successful marriage. But I can say Anastasia did not grow up with examples of good relationships because her mom's been married 5 times. And it was like implied that at least some of her husbands were, creeps or bastards, etc. Ray was the only one she ever kept in touch with, but that means her mom went through 5 husbands before her daughter graduated college. That has got to fuck a kid up. And we saw her mom's attitude when Christian showed up in Georgia. She was like, oh, he's rich? oh, doesn't matter that you're having relationship issues or maybe he doesn't treat you as good as he should. Go ride that golden cock, honey. Her mom literally sent her upstairs to prostitute herself and said, don't even worry about coming back to the house. Just go jump on that rich dick, honey, because that's the best you can hope for. And if he wants you, go for it. Basically, get what you can out of it. Like, again, the movies, I think they should have had more of her mom because her mom just sounds like fun. If you go the full 9 yards, like in Castle, the Nathan Fillion's character in Castle's mother, her, who also has a history of failed marriages and like screwing up life, but she's eccentric and she's fun and she's crazy and she knows herself and she's never going to change. And that's why she is one of the most awesome characters ever on television. And I love his relationship with her. Like he's fed up of her shit and like has had too much of it too, but he also knows that's his mom. She's never going to change. So lean into the crazy. Yes, I was so thinking that. Also, I'm amazed that none of Christian's submissives ever, especially the one who's now stalking them, I'm amazed none of his submissives ever pulled this trick. I mean, granted, he controls the doctor that is giving them birth control, but if you're on the pill, all you have to do is lie about taking it because it's not 100% effective. And then when you turn up knocked up, go like, oh, I swear I was taking the pill every day. It's not 100%, Christian. What do you expect me to do? And no, of course I'm not going to have an abortion. That's, I want this baby, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, you get to pay for it for the next 18 years. Like, how has that not happened to a guy who will stick his dick in like anything? No, that's not true. I can say I withdraw that. He has a criteria, but seriously, having gone through 15 of them, and word must have gotten around because he fishes from a very small pond of submissives. So I'm sure that women that were not yet his submissives probably heard a little rumors here and there, little tidbits about him before they were his submissives. So how has nobody like gotten themselves pregnant? I mean, hell, if you know his like turn-ons enough, I'm sure you could arrange a meet cute and have him in bed within a couple hours. This is my revenge, Anna, he growls softly. Argue with me and I'm going to take it out on your body somehow. He trails kisses along my belly, his hands traveling up my thighs, stroking, kneading, tantalizing. His tongue circles my navel as his hands, and his thumbs, oh, his thumbs, reach the summit of my thighs. Can I just say she's about to orgasm and he's like barely touching her? Ah, I cry out as he pushes one inside me. Again, we're doing the pain cry because that actually does sound potentially painful. The other persecutes me, slowly, agonizingly, circling around and around. Persecutes. This is the word that comes to her mind, as if she is being punished in some way, or that he is seeking justice in some way. Very poor use of words. My back arches off the piano as I writhe beneath his touch. It's almost unbearable. Christian, I cry, spiraling out of control with need. He takes pity on me and stops. Lifting my feet off the keys, he pushes me, and suddenly I'm sliding effortlessly up the piano. Actually, that would probably really hurt against your back. Pianos are not exactly slippery. Gliding on satin, not how fabric work, not like this. You'd probably rip it. And he's following me up there, briefly kneeling between my legs to roll on a condom. Can the average piano support the weight of two people fucking on top of it? Pianos have generally 3 legs that look pretty fucking spindly. Can it really support the weight of 2 grown people banging on top of it? I'm kind of sus of this. He hovers over me and I'm panting, gazing up at him with raging need, and I realize he's naked. When did he take his clothes off? Seriously, is he drugging her at night? How do you not notice this? Also, how did he take his clothes off while he was doing what he was doing? He stares down at me and there's wonder in his eyes. Wonder and love and passion, and it's breathtaking. I want you so badly, he says, and very slowly, exquisitely, he sinks into me. Because he wants to fuck more than he hates condoms, that's why. And because she's been on again, off again with the birth control, and apparently he knows it doesn't work instantaneously, even though she doesn't and the doctor doesn't. He apparently does. So he knows that he could still get her pregnant right now. So yeah, but it's because he wants to fuck. He's an immature little boy, and so anytime he has the opportunity to stick his dick in a woman or anything else really, he's going to do it. But he doesn't want the 18-year obligation, so he carries a lot of condoms because that is sex with a condom is better than not having sex. That's the answer. And also, again, let me just say this, gentlemen of the world, if he is so dead set, and he's the type that absolutely would do this, if he's so dead set that he doesn't want kids and he hates condoms, why has he not had a vasectomy? Problem solved. And if he's worried about like, hey, in future I might want kids, freeze his sperm. Very easy to do for a guy. He can afford it. You know, he can freeze his sperm and then it's there if he ever wants to have kids. And he can have a vasectomy and then he can have all the condomless sex that he wants. You know, I also point out that because this is a bitch point where I live, because I know people that were affected by this. There is no age restriction, at least here. Maybe in the States this is different, though I don't think the States has an age restriction on any permanent like sterilization surgeries that are optional. Here, at least for a woman, because I know women who have been bitched about this, to have your tubes tied, like if you decide I don't want kids, but I don't want to be on birth control because of the risks, the side effects, and I don't want to use condoms all the time because A, not always effective, and B, like, not the best feeling. But if a woman, at least in Canada, wants her tubes tied, you have to be 35 years old. In other words, past your best childbearing years before legally, unless if there's like a medical reason or extenuating circumstances, then the exceptions are made. However, if you are just a woman who does not want to have kids, you have to be 35 years old before you can get your tubes tied. Because, oh, you might change your mind. Get bent. Not your mind to change, not your fucking business. So basically make me go half my goddamn life with the possibility or risk of getting pregnant when I know I don't want kids just because the government says, oh, someday you might want to. But there's no age limit on vasectomies. A guy can have a vasectomy at like 18 if he wants to, as soon as you are legally an adult. Okay, why? And yes, I know vasectomies can sometimes, big sometimes, be reversed, whereas tubal ligation cannot. But still calling fucking bullshit. They can naturally reverse themselves, that is true. But again, he has like the best doctors. He could like make sure that it doesn't. Or like check in case that happens. I know, right? I heard that. Some crazy old man with orange skin and a bad toupee was ranting, saying that yeah, you send your kid to school as a boy and he comes home as a girl because he thinks that schools are performing gender reassignment surgery in the science lab, apparently. I know. I know. But I know women who I went to high school with, two women who wanted this done and were extremely pissed off to discover that they were legally told no. One of whom was only 17 and already had 3 kids. So that's why she wanted it done, because she was like, I have 3 kids, I'm 17, I'm barely graduating high school, I don't want any more kids. Yeah, right. It's not like there's only like a handful of specialists in the world that can do gender reassignment surgery. It's not incredibly limited to like, well, more now than certainly 50 years ago, but I would still be surprised if there's maybe 100 surgeons in the world, like good ones that can do full gender reassignment surgery. It's a very niche like specialty. It's complicated as fuck. It's incredibly complicated, and like I've heard on some of those surgeries, they have teams of like 20 to 25 people in those operating rooms, like taking it in turns, like everybody doing their part and then switching off because it's really complicated. And you have to be very, very, very careful of a lot of things. Right, because same day surgery is totally a thing. Well, it is, but not for this. Same day quote unquote surgery is for something like I don't I don't know, like having a wart removed. That's like same day. Anything where they're cutting into you, you're looking at a few days in the hospital. Which is why if I ever need to have that done, just let me die, because I would rather do that than be at a hospital, and believe me, the hospital would rather I do that than have to put up with me because I will kill somebody. I truly believe that if I was ever actually forced to stay in a hospital for any amount of time, I would make at least 15% of the staff cry and be the loudest person they've ever heard. In other words, I'd be a nightmare. Not willingly. I'm just saying it would happen. I know my PTSD, I know what sets it off, and based on past experiences, particularly, there are 4 major hospitals in this city. If they took me to one in particular, I would. I don't care if I am dying. I would leave. Unfortunately, it's the closest one. But I got plenty of reason. And I still wish I had sued them 20 years ago, but nobody was listening to me. Where were they? Oh yes. Bad piano sex. I'm I am sprawled on top of him, wrung out, my limbs heavy and languid, as we lie on top of his grand piano. Oh, so he let her be on top? I'm saying press X to doubt. I don't think he's ever let a woman be on top. Why is there a fly? Go away. Oh my. He's much more comfortable to lie on than the piano. Careful not to touch his chest, I rest my cheek against him and keep perfectly still. He doesn't object, and I listen to his breathing as it slows like mine. Gently, he strokes my hair. Okay, if you're supposedly in post-coital bliss, but you're frozen still because you're afraid of touching the wrong part on your partner's body, are you really enjoying it? Do you drink tea or coffee in the evening? I ask sleepily. What a strange question, he says dreamily. I thought I could bring you tea in your study, and then I realized I didn't know what you would like. Oh, I see. Water or wine in the evening, Anna. Though maybe I should try tea. His hand moves rhythmically down my back, stroking me tenderly. We really know very little about each other, I murmur. I know, he says, and his voice is mournful. I sit up to gaze at him. Why am I so flipping stuffy? Ugh! I want to get in the shower and breathe in steam for an hour. What is it? I ask. He shakes his head as if to rid himself of some unpleasant thought, and raising his hand, he caresses my cheek, his eyes bright and earnest. I love you, Anna Steele, he says. Okay, that made me feel like I just inhaled pool water. You ever get pool water up your nose? That feeling. The alarm goes off with the 6 a.m. traffic news, and I'm rudely awakened from my disturbing dream of overly blonde and dark haired women. Overly blonde and dark-haired women. I'm sorry, what? I can't grasp what it's about. Really, bitch? You're that stupid. You're that fucking stupid. You're having visions of your boyfriend, whatever's past lovers, and you're going, oh, I don't know why I'm dreaming about this, as I stress about the relationship and think he's going to go back to his former mistress or I'm going to be murdered by one of his former subs. And I'm immediately distracted because Christian Grey is wrapped around me like silk. His unruly haired head on my chest, his hand on my breast, his leg over me, holding me down. Even in his sleep, he's pinning her down. He's still asleep and I'm too warm, but I ignore my discomfort, tentatively reaching up to run my fingers gently through his hair, and he stirs. Raising bright gray eyes, he grins sleepily. Oh my, he is adorable. No, you know what's adorable? The video of the pygmy hippo that I posted in the Discord earlier. That's adorable. Its name is Moo. It's really cute. Check out the video of Moo, the pygmy hippo. It's adorable. And they have live cam. I know, right? Right, right. I know. You know how you know about people? You talk to them. You have a goddamn conversation. And yes, she's incredibly stupid. Okay? You know who agrees? Ralph the Duck agrees, right? Quack. See, that's yes. He also says he's still lonely and needs friends on his pantheon. I also have no like bruises or marks on my wrists like whatsoever, except that I. By the way, starting to think. Okay, I can't turn my arm in inappropriate. See those little like kind of brown looking streaks? I think I may have accidentally scarred my wrist with like some friction burns from the cuffs, but that's fine. I actually like them quite a bit. I wish they went all the way around, or I had like actual bruises. What I'm saying is, I need handcuffs. Because, you know, then you can still feel it for a few days afterwards, so it's really good. It's like the preacher, what the preacher gets told in Pollyanna. Anyone in the chat know the movie Pollyanna? Do you know that reference? I got a good story about that movie, if anybody knows it. Now I'm gonna have to like download that and watch it again. That and oh god, movie I haven't seen. If anybody knows this one, I'm gonna be surprised. Without Googling it, does anybody know either of the following two films? Bedknobs and Broomsticks, which somebody might know because it was very popular in its day and it's got kind of a cult following. But the other one, does anybody know the movie? Excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze. Okay, I sneezed so loud it made the glass ring. The glass did the water tone ring thing. Did anyone hear that? Did you hear the glass? Because I sneezed so loud it made a ping sound. Do it again. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so Bedknobs and Broomsticks is the first movie. Has anybody ever heard of a little movie called The Three Lives of Thomasina? I need to look that up. Okay, can we be done now? Are we done with the sneezing now? I'm just checking. Okay, I think we're okay. There's got to be a tree like near my balcony or some shit that like fucking only pollinates at night and I'm very allergic to it. Raising bright grow. He's adorable. Good morning, beautiful, he says. Good morning, beautiful yourself. I smile back at him. He kisses me, disentangles himself, and leans up on his elbow, staring down at me. Sleep okay? He asks. Yes, despite the interruption to my sleep last night. His grin broadens. You can interrupt me like that any time. He kisses me again. How about you? Did you sleep well? I always sleep well with you, Anastasia. No more nightmares? No. I frown and chance a question. What are your nightmares about? You should not have to be like strategically risking a question with your partner. Okay, I'm turning the camera off for 1 second because I gotta blow my nose. Okay, I can kind of breathe. Ugh. Really do need to do something with my hair until it's long enough to do something with. This is when I wish I had bedhead. Who remembers the green and with the silver powder bedhead, the frizz control? I forget what it was called. Who, okay, who remembers bedhead in general? Love their stuff. Love their stuff. The green stuff with the silver and that pink with the bobblehead like moose kind of stuff. Why do I have hiccups? Why do I have hiccups right now? Ow! Okay, one moment, please. Technical difficulties. Okay, usually chugging water will get rid of hiccups for me, so hopefully they're gone. Because, wow, did that really, really hurt? That was the kind that, like, punches you right here and then, like, burns its way up. Ow! Again, good time to make me chug a glass if anyone is feeling generous. This is your best opportunity. I'm not overfilling. I'm not overfilling again. I'm not making that mistake again. Glass is filled to an appropriate level this time, not overly full. His brow creases and his grin fades. Shit, my stupid curiosity. Okay, you're not stupid for wanting to know about the person that you're with. They're flashbacks of my early childhood, or so Dr. Flynn says. Some vivid, some less so. His voice drops, and a distant, harrowed look crosses his face. Absent-mindedly, he begins to trace my collarbone with his fingers, distracting me. Do you wake up crying and screaming? I try in vain to joke. That's not a okay, she's the horrible person here. Because you know what his early childhood was. His mom was a literal crack whore, and he has cigarette burns from being abused by her pimps and God knows what else. This is not something you joke about, like, oh, do the nightmares make you look like the people in the movies? Fuck off, you insensitive fucking bitch. Like, he looks at me puzzled. No, Anastasia, I've never cried. as far as I can remember, I call bullshit. And I hate crying. I had literally zero emotions till I was 16 and nearly murdered my therapist and blamed her when they started coming back. By the way, the only two emotions I ever fully recovered were anger and fear. Other than that, I don't really feel much. Never have. Never will, most likely. Like, I've had people look at me like I have two heads and they're like, when was the last time you were happy? And I'm like, yeah, I don't have that. I don't feel happy. I don't feel joy or contentment or peace or safe or content or oblivious or probably a billion other things that I don't even know are feelings. And by the way, yes, I was much happier when I was completely numb and felt absolutely nothing. I was also a lot more functional in life. So, therapy does have its uses, but don't try to fuck with shit too much. A good therapist knows it's not trying to make somebody something they're not or restore things that shouldn't be there. If it had that, I'd be a lot more functional as a person. He frowns as if reaching into the depths of his memories. Oh no, that's too dark a place to go at this hour, surely. You asked the question! Do you want to know or not? Shut up! I recall the crack whore baking. I remember the smell. A birthday cake, I think. For me. Then there's Mia's arrival with my mom and dad. My mom was worried about my reaction, but I adored baby Mia immediately. My first word was Mia. I call bullshit. I remember my first piano lesson. Miss Kathy, my tutor, was awesome. She kept horses, too. He smiles wistfully. You said your mom saved you. How? His reverie is broken, and he gazes at me as if I don't understand the elemental math of 2 plus 2. Because you don't. Because he grew up abused and emotionally, fucked up and knows it. He has actually quite a degree of insight. He just does nothing with it. Again, he's exactly like Maxim in this way. Maxim had a very good degree of insight to his own behavior and motivations in his head. The problem is he then did nothing with that information and continued to act like an abusive douchebag the entire series. And just got steadily worse, even though he was very much aware that he was being an abusive douchebag. Christian is aware of his own actions, but he's not aware that it's abusive because he doesn't see it that way. And for his entire life, he sought out partners that accept his abusive tendencies because he mislabels them as BDSM. So, no, he doesn't actually know the extent to which his actions are wrong. So, yeah, that's why you don't understand him, Anastasia, and you never will. You don't have those similar life things in common. You grew up in two very different worlds. You practically grew up on two different planets. There's some people you can be their friend, but you will never understand them because you just don't come from the same places and you didn't experience the same things. So they're as different from you as they can be. And they can be your friend and you can like them and that's great, but you'll never understand them because you just don't have those things in common. There's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean you can't be great friends, but you can't always walk in somebody else's shoes or know where they come from. She adopted me, he says simply. I thought she was an angel when I first met her. She was dressed in white and so gentle and calm as she examined me. I'll never forget that. If she'd said no, or if Carrick had said no, he shrugs and glances over his shoulder at the alarm clock. This is a little deep for so early in the morning, he mutters. I've made a vow to get to know you better. Did you now, Miss Steele? I thought you wanted to know if I preferred coffee or tea. He smirks. Anyway, I think one way you can. Anyway, I can think of one way you can get to know me. He pushes his hips suggestively against me. I think I know you quite well enough that way. My voice is haughty and scolding, and it makes me smile more broadly. I don't think I'll ever get to know you well enough that way, he murmurs. There are definite advantages to waking up beside you. His voice is soft and bone meltingly seductive. Oh my God. Bone meltingly seductive. Is he like 18,000 degrees? I'm sorry, that line is dumb AF, and I'm leaving the handcuffs as a bookmark because I have to go to the ladies' room, and I'll be right back. And Persnickety, where is the puppy doodles? Where is Sasha? I need a Sasha update, please. And everybody put quack and the last time you saw a duck in the comments while I'm gone. Last time you saw a duck. Doesn't have to be real, just a duck. And also, how is Sasha? Be right back. A turkey. An actual turkey, like gobble gobble. Don't get too close because we are actually very dangerous and we'll fuck you up, turkey. Using a crosswalk. Girl, how did you not video this? No, I bet it was cute. You live in one of those states that's like mostly farms, isn't it? I have no idea where you live, so I'm guessing. If there's a wild turkey crossing the street, I'm guessing you live in a farm state, okay? No. She's just getting it warm for you and saying, why aren't you here yet? I summoned you to the bed. You're supposed to be here rubbing my belly and feeding me turkey bacon. Or an actual turkey. I'm sure she'll take either. Okay, in the Discord, Please. I want proof. Or is that a picture of Sasha sleeping on your bed? Because I'm sure you have about 1,000,000 of those. You know, it's kind of her spot. I know you think that it's yours, but really it's hers, and she's very sure of this. Because sometimes she thinks she's bigger than you. Oh yes, bone-meltingly seductive, because that doesn't sound terrifying or like something out of evil Mirror Universe Star Trek. Don't you have to get up? My voice is low and husky. Oh, what he does to me. Don't get me started. Not this morning. Only one place I want to be right now, Miss Steele. And his eyes sparkle salaciously. Christian, I gasp, shocked. He shifts suddenly so he's on top of me, pressing me into the bed. Grabbing my hands, he pulls them above my head and begins to kiss my throat. You know, he never asked permission for, like, restraining her in any way. Oh, Miss Steele, he smiles against my skin, sending delicious tingles through me as his hands travel down my body and he slowly starts to hitch up my satin nightdress. Oh, what I'd like to do to you, he murmurs. And I'm lost. Interrogation over. That was not an interrogation. Oh, as you know, it's her house. You know this. Because she is Queen of Puppy. And it's hers. And yes, to those watching at home, there is indeed a picture of a turkey using a crosswalk in the Discord. So Persnickety tells the truth. Yep. I still say you live in a farm state. Because, come on, wild turkey. And I live in a province where at least 3 traffic accidents I have heard about within the last like 5 to 7 years have involved cows escaping onto highways. Ontario is a farming province, just not the same as out west. Depends how far north you go. For those who don't know, Northern Ontario is 80 billion kilometers long, and there are 13 people who live there. If anyone knows what that is from, well, I think that you're smart and have very excellent taste in comedy music. Mrs. Jones sets down my breakfast of pancakes and bacon, and for Christian an omelette and bacon. We sit side by side at the breakfast bar in complete silence. Okay, why is she getting pancakes and he's getting an omelet? Did she request this, or is he trying to fatten her up? Because we know he told Mrs. Jones what to make her. We don't even have to ask. Also, I don't remember, and I burned them. In the Mister, was the housekeeper also named Mrs. Jones? I feel like one of them was, or somebody was named Mrs. Jones who was in a servant position. Am I crazy? I might be. And yes, I know I still have to burn the first book. I have not forgotten. I needed a good day to do it without noise. This week my goal is to burn that book properly and get the video up of the first 50 Shades burning. I have it. I have the bowl. The bathtub's ready. It will happen, and I'm going to figure out how to make a subsection in the book club tab to just have the burning videos for when you need a pick-me-up. But that will get filmed and be next week. We'll start with the burning of the first book because I know I'm way behind. And on this one, when we get to the end, I'm not going to wait so long. I promise. I will try very, very hard not to. Also, I should look for the third book because I don't know where it is right now. And that's the one. The next book, I remind you, we get into blind territory on the next book because I only read like the first third. I don't even think I made it halfway through. So that becomes fully blind at some point. That's going to be interesting. When am I going to meet your trainer, Claude, and put him through his paces? I ask. Christian glances down at me, grinning. Depends if you want to go to New York this weekend or not. Unless you'd like to see him early one morning this week. I'll ask Andrea to check his schedule and come back to you. Andrea? My PA. Oh, yes. One of your many blondes, I tease him. She's not mine. She works for me. You're mine. Again, if there is a moment to throw your morning orange juice in his face and leave, this is it. I work for you, I mutter sourly. He grins as if he'd forgotten. So you do. His beaming smile is infectious. Maybe Claude can teach me to kickbox, I warn. Oh yeah? To improve your odds against me? Christian raises an eyebrow, amused. Bring it on, Miss Steele. He's so damned happy compared to yesterday's foul mood after Elena left. It's totally disarming. Maybe it's all the sex. Perhaps that's what's making him so buoyant. We have such a fucking crop of red flags here. To improve your odds against me. Like, she needs to learn kickboxing because we all know eventually he's going to snap and murder her and she's going to end up under the floorboards with the other 10 that we've established are deceased. Or is it 11? It's 10 or 11 that we've established he murdered. But seriously, if somebody's just outright saying these things to your face, be afraid, be very afraid, then get gone. I glance behind me at the piano, savoring the memory of last night. You put the lid of the piano back up. I closed it last night as not to disturb you. Guess it didn't work, but I'm glad it didn't. Christian's lips twitch into a lascivious smile as he takes a bite of omelet. I go crimson and smirk back at him. By the way, they're having this conversation in front of the housekeeper. Oh yes, fun times on the piano. Mrs. Jones leans over and places a paper bag containing my lunch in front of me, making me flush guiltily. For later, Anna. Tuna okay? Oh yes, thank you, Mrs. Jones. Okay, why would Mrs. Jones not have done what she did yesterday and just ask Anastasia over breakfast, what do you want for lunch, and make it, like, right now? And also, why is she brown bagging it? I'm sorry, but, like, this is too stupid for a working professional. Like, send her to the office with a bento box or something, like, that would make sense for a grown working professional, not a brown bag that looks like it contains PB&J and an apple. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever literally brown bagged it to school. I don't think I ever did. I'm trying to think. When did I stop taking lunch to school? Like 2nd grade? Maybe like 3rd. I don't know. 3rd grade's like a black hole in my head. I kind of skip it. I always have to remember, like, where the fuck did I even go to school? Because the thing is, between grades 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, those are 5 different schools. We moved every single time between them. So I always get confused. Because grade 1 and half of grade 2 are where I used to live. We moved in the middle of grade 2 very unexpectedly. And then I wound up finishing grade 2. We only had 3 weeks left at a school that's no longer a school now. It's been stuck in development hell for about 20 years. So it's nothing, but the building's still there. And then over I finished the 3 weeks there at the end of grade 2, and then we moved again over the summer. And then it's 3, 4, and 5. I always confuse the names of the school. I don't remember which is which. But yeah, 3 was a different school, and then 4 was the one where I had super long commute and like carpool, where I was like on a 10-hour day because it was so far. And then 5 was the one where I had the psychotic abusive teacher. Well, the first one, but she was definitely the worst, and the principal covered for her. because they were friends, though the principal was like fucked up in her own right. That whole school was so fucked up. And it got, again, I went to 3 different schools that the year after I left they got shut down. It's like, you couldn't have been a little faster. One of them we swore had an actual time vortex in the basement. It was creepy. Yeah, I think it was grade 3. I stopped taking lunch to school. And then once you get into high school, I don't know, two or three of the schools I went to had some degree of a cafeteria, but it was A, massively overpriced, and B, it was literally just like soda and like little Debbie's from the convenience store, but at like even twice the price of the convenience store, which is already so overly expensive. And then like maybe they had like frozen fries that they had cooked and like pizza that was delivered from Pizza and was like $8 a slice. So yeah, after 3rd grade, let's just say I didn't have lunch anymore. Why am I looking at the wrong page? Tuna sandwich, yes. Also, don't be the person that brings fish to the office. Nobody likes the smell. Can I ask you something? I turn back to Christian. His amused expression slips. Of course. And you won't be angry? Is it about Elena? No. Then I won't be angry. So now you're just unconditionally angry when she asks about your abuser. That's great. But I now have a supplemental question. Oh, which is about her. He rolls his eyes. What? He says. Now he's exasperated. Okay, dude, control your mood swings. But also, Anastasia, why are you asking this in front of the staff? You know he's going to hate that. You know it's like deeply personal and private. This is a private conversation, not over breakfast in front of the housekeeper. So she's in the wrong right now, but he's still an ass. Why do you get so bad when I ask you about her? Honestly, I scowl at him. I thought you were always honest with me. I endeavor to be, meaning he lies his ass off when he thinks it's in, quote, her best interest, which is really his best interest. I narrow my eyes at him. That sounds like a very evasive answer. I'm always honest with you, Anna. I don't want to play games. Well, not those sorts of games. He qualifies as his eyes heat. See, he's very tempted to bend her over the counter and fuck her in front of the housekeeper to make her shut up right now, because that's what he would do with any of his submissives if they dared ask him anything personal. That's exactly what he would do. What sort of games do you want to play? He inclines his head to one side and smirks at me. Miss Steele, you're so easily distracted. I giggle. He's right. Mr. Gray, you're so distracting on so many levels. No, he's not. He's just a douchebag. I gaze at his dancing gray eyes alight with humor. My favorite sound in the whole world is your giggle, Anastasia. Now, what was your original question? He asks smoothly. I think he's laughing at me. I try to twist my mouth to show my displeasure, but I like Playful 50. He's fun. I love some early morning banter. I frown, trying to recall my question. Oh, yes. You only saw your subs on weekends. Yes, that's correct, he says, regarding me nervously. I grin at him. So no sex during the week. He laughs. Oh, that's where you're going with this. He looks vaguely relieved. Why do you think I work out every weekday? Now he really is laughing at me, but I don't care. I want to hug myself with glee. Another first. Well, several firsts. You look very pleased with yourself, Miss Steele. I am, Mr. Gray. You should be, he says. Now eat your breakfast. Oh, Bossy 50. He's never far away. No, he's never actually gone at all. You just are so used to it, you don't notice half the time anymore. We're in the back of the Audi. Taylor is driving with the intention of dropping me at work, then Christian. Sawyer is riding shotgun. Didn't you say your roommate's brother was arriving today? Christian asks almost casually, his voice and expression giving nothing away. Oh, Ethan, I gasp. I forgot. Oh, Christian, thank you for reminding me. I have to go back to the apartment. His face falls. What time? I'm not sure what time he's arriving. I don't want you going anywhere on your own, he says sharply. I know. I mutter and resist rolling my eyes at Mr. Overreaction. Will Sawyer be spying, patrolling today? I glance slyly in Sawyer's direction to see the back of his ears turn red. Okay, a guy who is, like, badass enough to be hired by Christian Grey is not getting, like, flustered by your dumbass bantery. Oh, so stupid! And why does she have to go there? What, does she have to let him in or something? Like, Kate can do that. It's her fucking brother. Like, and you're moving out anyway. By the way, has she told her roommate that they just moved in together? Like, again, we've established Kate comes from a rich family. They bought her the condo so she doesn't have to worry about making rent or anything at losing her roommate. But don't you think there should be a conversation of, hey, we just moved like cities together and bought this place together and we've lived here for literally less than a week, but I'm moving out to go live with my rich boyfriend and abandoning you. I mean, I know, I'm sure Kate will go like, oh, that's great. Now Christian's brother can move in with me because they've basically been joined at the crotch since they met like 3 weeks ago. And they've already gone on a vacation to Barbados together. And in the movie, doesn't he propose at some point as well? Which lends credence to my conspiracy theory that Christian and his brother decided to find two dumb ass bimbos they could turn into like Stepford wives / sex sluts, and they had like a bet going on who could do it faster, and Christian won by like a couple weeks. But they both married programmable bimbos. Like, try to refute me on that. Seriously. Yes, Christian snaps, his eyes glacial. If I were driving the Saab, it would be easier, I mutter petulantly. Then why didn't you say it's my car, give me the fucking keys, I'm driving myself to work, bitch! And Sawyer can follow me in the Audi if he wants to. But I'm driving myself to work, give me the keys to my car. I am not having hiccups again, I'm not having hiccups again, I'm not having hiccups again. Sawyer will have a car. He can drive you to your apartment depending on what time. Why does that matter? Does he only have driving privileges before 6 p.m.? Does he still have a learner's permit? Does he have to be off the road before a half hour before darkness? That would be here. Okay, I think Ethan will probably contact me during the day. I'll let you know what the plans are then. He gazes at me, saying nothing. Oh, what is he thinking? Okay, he acquiesces. Nowhere on your own, do you understand? He waves a finger at me, which would make me want to break it in half. I had an aunt who did that, and after I nearly did that to her, guess what? She didn't do it again. Granted, I'd told her to stop several times, and I was in my mid-20s when she did it again in a really obnoxious fashion, and I grabbed her and, like, basically bent her finger enough that she knew I was serious, and I said, seriously, you ever do that to me again, I'm going to snap it before I let go. Do you get me, bitch? And guess what? She never did it again. It's like same with her daughter, my cousin. Like she used to pull the "oh she hit me" thing all the bullshit time to get her way when I never hit her as a kid. She hadn't done it for years. Pulled it one time when I was 12 and she was 10. After years of not doing it, I was so surprised, and her idiot mother immediately fell for it. And I said, "Fine, if you're going to punish me for hitting her, then I'm going to hit her." And I punched her in the arm as hard as I fucking could. Turned half her arm purple for a week. She bruises like super. She's the one with translucent skin. She bruises if you look at her too hard. But I hit her as hard as I fucking could. And the look she gave me at finally getting what she deserved, guess what? She never pulled that shit again the rest of our lives. Sometimes the best thing to do with an idiot or a bully is to punch them. Yes, dear, I mutter. There's a trace of a smile on his face, and maybe you should just use your Blackberry. I'll email you on it. That should prevent my IT guy having a thoroughly interesting morning, okay? His voice is sardonic. Stop using that word, you idiot author. You don't know what it means. And is Christian saying he has a personal IT guy that monitors all of his email? Or he's literally on direct communication with the IT guy for his girlfriend's company, monitoring all work emails that she sends at all time. Like, he secretly gets copies of every work email she sends sent to him. And why am I surprised by any of this? He's definitely doing all of that. Yes, Christian, I can't resist. I roll my eyes at him and he smirks at me. Why, Miss Steele, I do believe you're making my palm twitch. To which I would respond, maybe you should see a doctor about that because it's obviously getting out of control. Goodbye. Ah, Mr. Gray, your perpetually twitching palm. What are we going to do with that? He laughs and is then distracted by his Blackberry, which must be on vibrate because it doesn't ring. He frowns when he sees the caller ID. What is it? He snaps into the phone, then listens intently. I use the opportunity to study his lovely features. His straight nose, his hair hanging scruffily over his forehead. I'm distracted from my surreptitious ogling by his expression, which turns from incredulity to amusement. I pay attention. Also, seriously, ladies in the chat, have you ever done this? Have you ever just sat and stared and ogled at a guy? I never have, but I'm queer as the day is long, so to me, men are used for, exercise equipment, and they're occasionally useful for certain types of sex, but that's as much as I want to be around one in terms of anything intimate. And I've only ever been in one relationship, well, truly. So I don't have the best radar, but do normal straight women like ogle beautiful men? Because usually guys are the ones that get the, they say women aren't wired that way. We're not attracted, well, straight women I'm referring to, are not attracted to like physical whatever, to which I always call bullshit because there's an animal nature to everybody. But I've never known women to do the ogling, okay? Men, yes, you can see it. Some are unapologetic about it, which I don't really mind as long as they're respectful. Mm-hmm. You're kidding. For a scene? When did he tell you this? Christian chuckles almost reluctantly. No, don't worry. You don't have to apologize. I'm glad there's a logical explanation. It did seem a ridiculously low amount of money. I have no doubt something evil and creative planned for your revenge. Poor Isaac. He smiles. Good. Goodbye. He snaps the phone shut and glances at me, his eyes suddenly wary, but oddly he looks relieved too. I think I remember this. Who is that? I ask. You really want to know? He asks quietly. With that response, I know. I shake my head and stare out the window at the gray Seattle day, feeling forlorn. Why can't she leave him alone? He has not told her to leave him alone. He's told you they're in a relationship, a business relationship now, but also she's his only friend. She's not going anywhere. The two of you need to sort this out. Again, I'm not saying I agree with this. I think Mrs. Robinson belongs in jail, but if nobody is going to put her there, then she remains a factor in Christian's life and she's going to continue to do so. So make your fucking peace or shut the fuck up. Or do something about it. Police get anonymous tips all the time, is all I'm saying. But shut up or put up, but don't fucking. This in between shit is what I can't tolerate. This is why I've lost friends over them like coming to me a billion times with the same fucking problem. It's like, okay, I told you what to do. Your options are this or this if you want to get rid of the problem. Well, I don't want to do that because of this. I don't want to do that because it's. Well, then you're not getting rid of the problem. So stop whining about it. You know how to get the fuck out of it. So fucking pull your panties up and fucking do it or shut up. Because at some point I can't listen to you whine about the same thing anymore when you know what to do. Hey, he reaches for my hand and kisses each of my knuckles in turn. And suddenly he's sucking my little finger hard, then biting it softly. Is he a toddler? Whoa, he has a hotline to my. What came out first, the song Hotline Bling or this? What year was Hotline Bling? And I like that music video, and I don't remember what year it was. I also like the music video since. I wish they'd kept that channel. It was fucking good. Of that song. I wish they'd kept up with that. But what came first? I'm looking for the publication date. Wait, I went past it. Damn it. Where is the thing? Why? I wrote over it. No, I didn't. Where's the date? 2011. This book came out in 2011. What year did Hotline Bling come out? Drake Hotline Bling. What year was that? I gasp and glance nervously at Taylor and Sawyer, then at Christian. His eyes are darker. He gives me a slow, carnal smile. Yeah, let's not forget there's two other men in the front seat, like an inch away. There's no divider. This is not a soundproof back seat. Don't sweat it, Anastasia, he murmurs. She's in the past. And he plants a kiss in the center of my palm, sending tingles everywhere. And my momentary pique is forgotten. Yeah, notice how he can distract her with sex, like all of the fucking time. Morning, Anna, Jack mutters as I make my way to my desk. Nice dress. I flush. The dress is part of my new wardrobe, courtesy of my incredibly rich boyfriend, humble brag. It's a sleeveless shift dress of pale blue linen, quite fitted, and I'm wearing cream, high-heeled sandals. Christian likes heels, I think. I smile secretly at the thought, but quickly recover my bland professional smile for my boss. Good morning, Jack. I said about ordering a messenger to take his brochure to the printers. He pops his head around his office door. Can I have a copy, please, Anna? Sure. I wander into the kitchen and bump into Claire from reception, who's also fixing coffee. Hey, Anna, she says cheerfully. Hi, Claire. I am not getting hiccups. I said I'm not getting hiccups. We chat briefly about her extended family gathering over the weekend, which she enjoyed immensely, and I tell her about sailing with Christian. Your boyfriend is so dreamy, Anna, she says, her eyes glazing over. Okay, I'm sorry. Nobody above the age of 13 says your boyfriend is so dreamy. Bechdel test fail confirmed. Seriously, in the entire series, did she ever have a conversation with another female that is not about Christian Grey or how hot he is or how good the sex is? Because movies definitely fail the Bechdel test hard, but apparently the books do as well. I'm tempted to roll my eyes at her. He's not bad looking. I smile and we both start laughing. You took your time, Jack snaps when I bring him his copy. Oh, I'm sorry. I flush and then frown. That's all in caps. Can I just say, if I'm your assistant and I'm bringing you a cup of coffee and you fucking shout at me that, oh, you took your sweet time, I'm going to put the coffee on your desk, and next time you ask me for coffee, I'm not going to get it. And when you yell at me and say, where's my coffee? I'm going to say, well, you thought I took too long the last time, so I thought you should just get it your own damn self. I don't give a flying fuck if I'm being paid to be your assistant. You don't fucking talk to me like that. What is his problem? Perhaps he's nervous about something. He shakes his head. Sorry, Anna. I don't mean to bark at you, honey. Honey? Yeah. Last time I raised my voice in a job setting, it was because somebody called me honey, sweetie again, honey again, and then baby doll. And this is somebody that I was consulting during training because the training program like fucked up and they knew that it did this, so they said like if it freezes up on you in the middle of it, call this number because that's the guy who can reset it and make it work again. And I called that number and he called me those things and I told him not to, and then an hour later I was fired for apparently having a tone with him. To which I said to the person fired, like, did you actually listen to what he said to me and why I had a tone with him? And they were like, no, but he's been with us like a year and he said your attitude was like incompatible with company values. And I told him, I'm like, go listen to what he said to me. And when my tone kicked in, when I told him not to call me those things, and he continued to do so, that's when I had a tone. But no, I'm fired and they don't need to listen to the call. So hope somebody fucking sues you for sexual harassment for keeping that guy around, you fucking morons. There's something going on at a senior management level, and I don't know what it is. Keep your ear to the ground, okay? If you hear anything, I know how you girls talk. Ugh! Ugh! Also, she's been here like a week and she's been away for most of it. She is not plugged into the office gossip yet. That takes a while. He feels slightly sick. He has no idea how we girls talk. Besides, I know what's happening. Okay, she has every right to be offended at the word girls, but I know what's happening because you're fucking the guy who bought the company because he's such a possessive, controlling douchebag. Not because you heard it around the office, because he told you the information's embargoed. Nobody knows. You'll let me know, right? Sure, I mutter. I sent the brochure to the printer, so it'll be back by 2 o'clock. Great. Here. He hands me a pile of manuscripts. All these need synopsises of the first chapter, then filing. I'll get on it. How is this her job? I'm sorry, E.L. James, you're a fucking moron who couldn't even Google what the assistant to the editor fucking does at a publishing company, because I promise you, one of the things they don't do is read manuscripts and summarize the first chapter, because A, summarizing the first chapter is not something publishing houses do. They don't give a flying fuck what the content of your actual book is. They give a flying fuck if you have something marketable in the now that will make them money. They don't actually care what your story or your characters are. They don't care about the author or the story or the book at all. They care if it will make them money. Can you capitalize enough on buzzwords currently trending on TikTok that it's worth putting something out in print these days? Don't give a flying fuck about you or your story, and they do not pay idiot assistants who've been there for 2 weeks to summarize the first goddamn chapter, and that's not her fucking job. She is the lowest ranked assistant to an editor. Her job is getting coffee. It is getting his coffee and getting his lunch and sending things to a printer. He is not asking her opinion on the color of the sky or day of the week because she's too stupid and inexperienced to have any right to offer an opinion on anything. This is the most fucking of a book full of ridiculous shit. This is some of the most ridiculous shit. That she would be asked to do any of this or even be speaking to her direct to the head of the company, because I would guarantee you, he's the editor-in-chief. He's got 5 assistants who outrank her. So she doesn't talk directly to him. She talks to assistant number 4. Like, this is fucking absurd. And we haven't even gotten to the really stupid, absurd parts yet. In terms of her job. Other things, yes. Her job, we're just getting into the levels of stupid. I'll get on it. I'm relieved to step out of his office and sit down at my desk. Oh, it's hard being in the know. What will he do when he finds out? My blood runs cold. You know what I'd do? I would figure out exactly what day Christian plans to make the announcement and make some very strategic short-term stock purchases. And yes, that's insider trading, and no, I'm not joking, because like she wouldn't get away with it because Christian would cover for her. And then she'd have millions in her own right and wouldn't need him. I'm just saying, in a really good movie or a better executed version of Gone Girl, this is how it works. Gone Girl is a great concept done very badly. I hope somebody will remake it and give it the, gravitas it deserves. And I like David Fincher. Why does he keep sucking? He strikes me as somebody who's like got all the creative, like, mega mojo in the world, but he doesn't trust himself. Because his endings always suck. He's always got great first halves of movies, and then the back half of the movies suck. Including Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. The ending still sucks. I glance at my BlackBerry and smile. There's an email from Christian. How does he ever get any work done when he's just constantly emailing his girlfriend? Really? I'm asking for a friend. How do you make this work sex relationship work? I love waking up with you in the morning, Christian Gray. Now, how many pages we got? I'm skipping the headers and the footers. Email rule. I think my face splits in two with a grin. Dear completely and utterly smitten, I love waking up with you too. Excuse me, I'm not having hiccups. With you in bed, in elevators, and on pianos, and billiard tables, and strange boats, and desks, and showers, and bathtubs, and strange wooden crosses with shackles, and four-poster beds with red satin sheets, and boathouses in your childhood bedroom. Yours, sex mad and insatiable. By the way, he's told her not to use her. She's on her Crackberry, so I guess this doesn't count as work email, though I'm sure it's still being sent over the work Wi Fi, which means work is still probably recording these. Dear sex mad and insatiable, I've just spat coffee all over my keyboard. I don't think that's ever happened to me before. I do admire a woman who concentrates on geography. Am I to infer you want me to buy. Am I to infer you just want me for your body? Christian Grey. Her response. Dear completely and utterly shocked. Always. I have work to do. Stop bothering me. SM and IXX. Okay, if you were alive in 2011 and old enough to know what internet slang meant, what the fuck does the sign off SM and I? Because all it makes me think of is I and my camera from a certain show that no one's gonna know. But what does it mean? Dear SM and I, as ever, your wish is my command. Love that you're giggling and wet. Laters, baby. X. I put the BlackBerry down and get on with my work. Yeah, should have done. Yeah. At lunchtime, Jack asked me to go down to the deli for him. I call Christian as soon as I leave Jack's office. Anastasia? He answers immediately, his voice warm and caressing. How is it that this man can make me melt over the phone? Honey, a lot of women get paid good money doing that job. If I knew how to get into it, I would be making very good money doing that job. Or if I had any help setting up a private number and some back page ads, that would also be a very good thing for me to be doing because I'm very, very good at it and I don't have any moral compunction about any of it. But I'm pretty sure like those 900, $3.99 a minute phone sex lines are pretty dead nowadays. No, it is one of the things I remember, like, from a very early age, from like 15, 16, considering as a career. Just never figured out how to get into it. Christian, Jack has asked me to get his lunch, and I'm required to inform you of my every fucking move, even though, no, she's not! And she just smacked him in the face. A lot. Lazy bastard, Christian gripes. Also, DoorDash was a thing at this point. So was Uber Eats and like one or two of the others. Like, I know they didn't become big until, slightly after this, but they existed. He can fucking order some lunch. I ignore him and continue. So I'm going to get it. It might be handy if you gave me Sawyer's number so I don't have to bother you. It's no bother, baby. Are you on your own? I hate it when he calls her baby. It's so intermittent and stupid. No, there are 6 people staring at me right now wondering who the hell I'm talking to. Shit. Really? I gasped, panicked. He's in it. He took this call in the middle of like a boardroom meeting and people are staring at him. Dude, get up and leave the room. You're the head of the company. Just go, excuse me, I have to take this. Step the fuck out. Or tell them to get out if you want to be a douchebag. I need the room, gentlemen. Bye. It's no bother, baby. No, are you on your own? Yes. Really. My girlfriend. He announces away from the phone. Holy cow. They probably all thought you were gay, you know. He laughs. Yeah, probably. I hear his grin. I better go. I'm sure he can tell how embarrassed I am to be interrupting him. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm not embarrassed to be interrupting him because it's his own goddamn fault that I'm calling. Not that I would have. I would have just gone to get the lunch and been like, when he calls and he's like, hey, you left the office again after I told you not to. Go fuck yourself. I'm doing my job. Stop spying on me. And don't you have a job to be doing too? Click. And then I turn my phone off for the rest of the day to make a point. I'll be right back. And we're back. Ugh. I know it's been nearly 3 hours, but we are nearly through this chapter. This chapter, like I said last week, both chapters were nearly 40 pages in their own right. Though we are reading a second chapter this week because it's short. I looked ahead. But, yeah. Okay, shouldn't have run. Ugh. See, with the summer heat resurgence, this is where I really need a Ventolin inhaler, and I really don't have access to a way to get one right now. One of the things on my to-do list before Christmas is to get a new health card. Mine's been expired for 8 years. And getting a new one is the first of impossible steps to actually getting a family doctor, so I'll have someone to write me a script for a Ventolin inhaler. Though getting a family doctor's fucking impossible where I live because they're all idiots. Like, I promise you, the second I get, there is actually a government kept list of supposedly doctors accepting new patients. The problem is it's outdated by a year. Because every time I've ever gotten it, if there's 25 names on the list, 24 of them will tell you, oh no, we're not accepting new patients anymore. We haven't in 6 months. And the other person will say, do you have mental health problems? And if you say yes, they hang up on you, even though that's completely illegal for them to do. And I'm not asking you to treat my mental health problems. I'm saying I have asthma and I need an inhaler, so write a fucking script and shut your damn mouth. If I start asking you to treat my mental health problems, then we can have a conversation about your not being qualified, but I'm not asking you to do that. But they're stupid and only care about money, not patient care, so that's how it goes. And for anyone who says, like, hospitals are different, wow, are you stupid? Hospital administrators care about money. The staff don't care about money because they get paid X whatever. But the staff are a bunch of abusive, unsupervised lunatics generally who do whatever the fuck they want because they know there's absolutely no consequences. I am not one of those people that deifies people in certain jobs. Some people in certain jobs do them very well. However, in my experience, healthcare professionals are abusive psychopaths, and nurses are the absolute worst of all, especially because they have absolutely no standards for getting hired, and you can literally buy a degree without having any skill at all, including knowing how to add 2 plus 2. And so when you give unlimited power with no oversight and control of people to inexperienced, unqualified, emotionally unstable people who never graduated high school, you get a certain result. It's kind of like if the Stanford experiment was put in charge of a hospital. That's every hospital, in my opinion. They are walking, functioning Stanford experiments. And all that that implies for exactly the same reasons. Good movie with Cuba Gooding Jr. about that. Is it Cuba Gooding Jr.? Am I confusing him with somebody else? I might be. I apologize if I'm confusing him with somebody else. I can picture the guy's face in my head. I think I'm naming the right guy. He was like he was a flash and gone trying to be an actor. I think I'm remembering the right guy. There's a good movie version of the Stanford Experiment. I know there's a million, but there was a good one that I think that he was in. I think I'm remembering the right guy. I could easily be confusing him with another actor because I only saw it once and it was a long time ago. It's one of those illegal movies nowadays. They exit seconds later. Sawyer's waiting on the doorstep of the building. Miss Steele, he greets me formally. Also, can I just say, author doesn't seem to know how Steele is spelt because she's going back and forth between spelling it Steel and Steele. It's been both in this book, like, repeatedly. It's back and forth, like, every time. Like, sometimes autocorrect got it and sometimes didn't. Ralph is still waiting for a new friend, people. It's been almost 3 hours and Ralph is still a solo duck. Okay? He's been waiting, like, 3 weeks now for a friend. He's very lonely on his stage, which is getting more blinged out. Do we see the rainbows? Do we see the effort? The lights on the stage? He's still a very lonely duck, people. He's all by himself. You know, and my cuffs are cold. I'm just saying. Sawyer, I nod in response, and together we head down to the deli. I don't feel as uncomfortable with Sawyer as I do with Taylor. Shade much? He keeps scanning the street as we make our way along the block. It actually makes me more nervous, and I find myself mirroring his actions. Okay, I will say, been there, done that. I've had 3 occasions where I have had a bodyguard of sorts or security of some sort or combination thereof with me for an event, not because of me or anything, but just because of events, circumstances. I had somebody assigned to me for reasons at that time. It's a weird experience. Excuse me. I am not hiccuping, Christ's sake. I am not. I was like, I can taste the spaghetti I had for lunch. But it's a weird experience having somebody you never met just be like, hey, this is so and so. He's your protection for the night. That's always said to me. And he's going to basically shadow you everywhere you go. And you can talk to him or not, or you can ignore him completely and he will not interfere with your evening at all or intervene unless necessary. By the way, nobody hands you a list of these are the necessary things. So you then just have this person awkwardly following you all night, and when you're talking to someone else, they're glancing past you like, because they're like, why is the guy in the suit with the wire in his ear behind you? And you can't say anything, and because you're trying to ignore that they're there, and it's like, can't the person I'm talking to ignore that they're there? The answer is no, they cannot. It's a weird, creepy situation. And I wasn't even the person, like, directly involved. I was just close enough at the time, and let's just say it wasn't about me that security was needed. I was just in a place at a time where it happened, but it's a weird experience, and I only had it for a couple hours, like at an event for a friend that I was at. It's a weird experience, really weird. There's an awkwardness that, like, I can only imagine the, like, people who are royalty who have to put up with this their whole lives of being shadowed by security. They must get lessons on how to deal with this or some shit, I swear to God. Because Emily Post didn't write a chapter in her etiquette book about how to deal with that. Trust me. And I have like the 17th edition. Is Layla out there? Are we all infected by Christian's paranoia? Is this part of his 50 Shades? Yes. What I'd give for half an hour of candid discussion with Dr. Flynn to find out. I'm sure for the right price you could have that, because he clearly has no ethics or morals about Christian's privacy since he showed up at a private function hosted by his parents and actively bid against him for a dance with you, and then publicly told you all kinds of crap about Christian's deeply personal shit that definitely could have been overheard by anyone on the dance floor who were like either could have been his parents or friends of his parents. Like, seriously, dude doesn't know what confidentiality is. Not that he's the first. There's nothing amiss, just lunchtime Seattle. People rushing for lunch, shopping, meeting friends. I watch two young women hug as they meet up. I missed Kate. It's only been 2 weeks since she left for her vacation, but it feels like the longest 2 weeks of my life. So much has happened. She'll never believe me when I tell her. Well, tell her the edited NDA compliant version. I frown. Also, if you and Kristen are now in like a non submissive, like vanilla relationship, I would bring up the NDA and say, hey, since I'm not going to sign your contract and I'm not your submissive, how about you tear that up in front of me? It obviously doesn't apply anymore. Also, it's illegal in the first place, so say whatever the fuck you want. Because in order for him to enforce it, he would have to admit to all the kinky shit, which he's not going to do. So, like, this is stupid. This is, I wonder, honest to God, and this is before all the Trump shit with his bullshit NDAs came out that he makes every employee sign that is not even close to being legally enforceable because the language is so fucking ridiculous. Well, yes, thank you for Snickety. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, that's my goddamn point. She is. That's who she's on vacation with right now. Because they literally met and banged for a week and then went on apparently a 2 to 3 week vacation to Barbados together. Like, yeah, I guarantee you, like, I think I said earlier that, like, yeah, Christian's probably, like, his brother probably is telling Kate everything. Christian's not telling him anything, certainly, but Kate's brother, or Christian's brother's definitely dishing to Kate. Like I said, I think the two of them said, hey, let's find some absolute dumb bitches that are, hot and bangable so we can, like, marry them, get our parents off our back, and basically have, like, brain dead programmable sex sluts as wives until, for 2-3 years, till we get bored with them and find hotter women, and then we'll just divorce them because we can afford it. I know, right? Not that her bestie was ever any fucking help. Her bestie was, like, not as bad as her mom, but pretty close. I definitely think so. That is my alternate theory. My alternate theory is that, yes, when they arrived at the bar, because that's the first time we see Christian's brother, that Christian brought his brother deliberately to the bar. Definitely on that night, I am 100% right about this, that Christian, yes, he brought Ethan to the bar to distract Kate for the evening. He was like, hey, here's a dumb bimbo. Go stick your dick in her and get rid of her for the evening so I can play with the roommate. That was 100% the plan on the bar night. And then maybe Ethan was like, hey, this bitch is dumber and hotter than I thought. I think I can make a go of this. So you keep Anastasia distracted while I whisk Kate off to Barbados so I can, for all we know, in Barbados, Ethan is doing the same mind games, psyop shit to Kate that Christian is doing. Anastasia hasn't talked to her in over 2 weeks. For all we know, Christian is doing the same things. He's following the same abusive programming, cult indoctrination playbook. Like, for all we know, that's what's happening on the white sandy beaches. And yeah, it serves the purpose of getting Anastasia's one reliable, like, touchstone friend out of the picture, even though Kate is a terrible friend. But I also point out Kate was the only person against Christian, wasn't she? The entire first book and first half of this book. She's the only person who's spoken against him and told Anastasia, walk the other way. He's abusive, he's controlling, and he gives me the ick. Walk the other way. Kate's the only person in his way. So yeah, him sending his brother to, like, use his money and his dick to take her out of the way, that makes total sense. And again, with a better writer, that would exactly, yeah, Christian would get Anastasia to marry him, and, like, they go on their honeymoon and then come back, and it's the first time she's seen Kate in 6 weeks, and Kate is, like, crying because Ethan just dumped her and she discovered horrible emails between him and Christian. And she's like, Anastasia, it's too late. You're married to him now. I tried to tell you. I wanted to tell you there was this evil plan and they were only using you, but now it's too late and you're married and pregnant. You have no way out now. And you turn it into, like, a twisted, dark comedy that you didn't see coming. Like a Jordan Jordan Peele Get Out, like that kind of twist, dark ending. You could make such a good movie out of this. Like, really, one movie, not three. One movie. You can make a really good premise out of the things I have said in the last 5 minutes with Persnickety's help. Yes, everybody is horrible. You're also right. Everybody. That's true. There are no redeeming characters in this book. As with E.L. James's other series, The Mister. I think I said so. There are no redeeming characters. None. Nobody gets out alive. Nobody gets out unscathed. It's like The Room. Nobody is above reproach. Everyone is terrible. All right. To alleviate said terribleness, consider sponsoring a duck. Still hoping certain someone joins us on the main stage, but we'll see if that happens. I don't even know if they're still awake. She doesn't know how to write 2D characters. 3D is asking a lot. It settles for 2D. That's the length of most authors. I'm writing a twisted fanfic where I don't in any way claim to be a good writer or a good author, but I am better than this. If only you were into MedVet snickerdoodles and you could give me your honest opinion on my twisted writing. But I understand, not your thing. I'll have to talk to Christian about that. What would Kate make of it? I blanch at the thought. Perhaps she'll be back with Ethan. Excuse me. I feel a rush of excitement at the thought. She'll probably stay on with Elliot. Also, if you have two male characters related to the same central female character, don't give them the names Ethan and Elliot. It's just fucking confusing and you sound like an idiot. Because I don't remember who's the boyfriend and who's the brother. So we get into, like, Lannister territory. Where do you stand when you're waiting and watching outside? I ask Sawyer as we get in line for lunch. Sawyer's in front of me, facing the door, continually monitoring the street and anyone who comes in. It's unnerving. Also, he's terrible at his job, because if they're in a line, he should be behind her, because behind her, he can A, protect her from behind attacks, because he's literally standing behind her, and also he can see in front of her and see the door and anyone coming in. So this guy sucks at his job, because she's literally behind him where he can't see her. So somebody could come up behind her, put a rag of chloroform over her face, and as long as they do it quickly and quietly and drag her out a side door behind his back, she's gone, and he's the dumbass standing in line waiting to order a bologna sandwich. I know I have no experience in actually being security, but I'm not a fucking moron, and I can understand the logistics of guarding somebody who's standing in line. I sit in the coffee shop directly across the street, Miss Steele. Doesn't it get very boring? Not to me, ma'am. It's what I do, he says stiffly. Yes, it gets boring, and even if it's Starbucks, unless he's ordering espresso all day, they're going to tell him to leave. And also, if you're staring out the window and then start following a girl, several people are gonna like start videoing you and call you a stalker and call the police. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply. My voice trails off at his kind, understanding expression. Please, Miss Steele, my job is to protect you, and that's what I'll do. See, this is what I mean about the awkward, because I've been in long-term, not relationships, but professional arrangements where I'm not talking about the security here. I'm talking about other times where we're talking like 6-7 years of seeing the same professionals X amount of times, including at my home, including going out, and you become friendly to a point, but there's always such a fucking awkwardness to it, and that was before I found out that they were also reporting my every move to other people without telling me, which is when I should have literally fired everyone, including my lawyers and my entire team, but I didn't because I was severely mentally disturbed underage and had no support whatsoever. Which is why I'm not a millionaire like right now like I should be, and I'm not making that up. Yes, I almost said Starbucks. Yeah. That's entirely, yeah. Because, like, he knows lunchtime is the only time she's likely to go out, so he gets to pay attention for 15 minutes a day. And, like, seriously, he could be doing a whole other job, like, making double pay, and nobody would even know. So, no sign of Layla. No, ma'am. I frown. How do you know what she looks like? I've seen her photograph. Oh, do you have it on you? No, ma'am. He taps his skull, committed to memory. Of course. I'd really like to examine a photograph of Layla to see what she looked like before she became Ghost Girl. I wonder if Christian would let me have a copy? Yes, he probably would. For my safety. No, he fucking wouldn't. Not in a million years. He would tell you, Sawyer knows what she looks like. Taylor knows. You don't have to know. Because he wouldn't want her to see how similar this girl looked like when she was healthy and pretty. Because she looks exactly like Anastasia, and he doesn't want her to see that. I can't remember if he already showed her his creepy stalker files or not, but I think he did. And so she's being an idiot right here, an absolute fucking moron. The brochures arrive back at the office, and to my relief, they look great. I take one into Jack's office. His eyes light up. I don't know if it's at me or the brochure. I choose to believe it's the latter. These look great, Anna. Idly, he flicks through them. Yeah, good job. Are you seeing your boyfriend this evening? His lips curl as he says boyfriend. Hello, boss of mine for all of a week? None of your business! How do you even know I have a boyfriend? She's probably mentioned it, which she shouldn't have, but none of your business who I'm seeing tonight or what I do at 5:31. So, bye. Yes, we live together. It's sort of the truth. Well, we do at the moment. And I have officially agreed to move in, so it's not much of a white lie. I hope that's enough to throw him off the scent. Would he object to you coming out for a quick drink tonight to celebrate all your hard work? I have so many problems with this. One, bitch, don't fucking justify anything to this ass clown. Do I have a boyfriend? Am I seeing him tonight? None of your fucking business. Would he object to whatever? I don't give a fuck what he object to. Why are you thinking about what he would want instead of just asking me? You want to invite me out for a drink after work? You ask me. You don't ask me if my boyfriend would be okay with it. Because I don't give a flying fuck whether he's okay with it. That's not his decision to make. So this guy's treating her like a piece of property as well. I have a friend coming in from out of town tonight, and we're all going out for dinner. I'll be busy every evening, Jack. Okay, so she knows that he's trying to get her out for a drink to get to like hit on her, and he maybe has like flirty motives. Fine. So shut it the fuck down. Just be like, Jack, I can tell you're interested, and I'm flattered, but I'm with someone, and I am not interested. And I would like to keep things professional at the office, so how about you don't ask me about my boyfriend anymore, and we'll just forget about this. I have a friend. I see. He sighs, exasperated. Maybe when I'm back from New York, huh? He raises his eyebrows in expectation, and his gaze darkens suggestively. Oh no. I smile, non-committally, stifling a shudder. Would you like some coffee or tea? I ask. Coffee, please. His voice is low and husky as if he's asking for something else. Fuck, he's not going to back off. I can see that now. Oh, what to do? Okay, here's what you do. You be fucking direct and goddamn clear. Also, I would start turning on my cell phone to record secretly in my pocket every time I'm around this guy. I've done it before. It helps. And don't, like, seriously, girl, shut it the fuck down. When he does the maybe when I'm back for New York and gives you the dull and sultry look like he's Jason Alexander and Pretty Woman saying like, hey, maybe when Edward's out of town, me and you can hook up to Vivian, and he's being all creepy, and he does the same in the hotel room where he like hits her and attacks her. You shut that shit down. You say very directly, no, Jack, not when you're back. When you're back, I will still be saying no to having an after work drink with you because I am not interested. I understand you're interested in me. I see that, and I understand that, but I am not interested, and you will stop hitting on me at work because I am your employee. I am with someone else, and I am not interested. So you will stop this now. And then if he does it again, you take steps. But make your fucking point clear. Don't do this flirty back and forth bullshit. Not that I'm ever blaming the woman in this situation, but I am saying don't be afraid to fucking make yourself goddamn clear. I don't care if he thinks you're rude or you're a bitch or you're an ice queen or you're a refrigerator or all that fucking shit. Because that's what men will say. If you're not interested in them, well, then you're not interested in everyone. You're just an ice queen or a secret lesbian. You know what? Gentlemen, we're just not interested in you because you're creepy and sleazy and you come on too strong. When you get told to go away, you don't. Listen the first time. Go away. Just because a girl's not interested in you doesn't mean she ain't interested in men. It just means she ain't interested in you. Don't ever be afraid to look someone directly in the face and say, thank you for the interest. I'm very flattered if you're being polite and not me. But I am not interested now, and I never will be, and I would like you to stop flirting with me as I do not find it welcome attention. And no, you are not a bitch if you say that. I breathe a long sigh of relief when I'm out of his office. Red flag! He makes me tense. Christian's right about him, and part of me is pissed that Christian is right about him. Yeah, part of me is pissed that Christian's right about him too, but not unexpectedly. And again, Christian shouldn't be right about him, but that would take a better author. I sit down at my desk and my Blackberry rings a number I don't recognize. Anna Steele? Hi, Steele. Ethan's drawl catches me momentarily off guard. Ethan, excuse me, I am not getting hiccups, Christ's sake. Glad to be back. I'm seriously fed up with sunshine and rum punches. My baby sister is hopelessly in love with a big guy. It's been hell, Anna. Yeah, sea, sand, sun, and rum punches does sound like Dante's Inferno, I giggle. Where are you? I'm at SeaTac, waiting for my bag. What are you doing? I'm at work. Yes, I'm gainfully employed. I respond to his gasp. Do you want to come here and collect the keys? I can meet you later at the apartment. This is Kate's brother. She couldn't have had like spare keys made and like then I left them with like Mrs. Abernathy at like 2B. She's the old lady that's lived there forever. She's so sweet. You know, she'll talk about her grandkids, but I left the keys with her, Ethan. Go. She's in 2B. She has the keys. Go get them from her, Mrs. Abernathy. And be nice to her. She's a nice old lady. This is what you do, or you leave them under a fake rock, even if it's in a hallway or on a string through the mail slot. Like, you don't expect somebody to leave their job in the middle of the day to come hand you keys. You're like, no, okay, I'm at work. You can come chill in the lobby with all your shit until I get off work, and then we'll go home together. Like, Are you fucking... And also, Ethan is Kate's brother. They come from money. Get a fucking hotel room. Why are you crashing at your sister's, like, 2-bedroom condo where she has a roommate and there's no room for you and you're on the couch? Get a fucking hotel room. Like, the last time I went to visit my family for a funeral, due to the fact that only one of the members of the family actually lived in that city, and their house is not that big, and like 40 people who were family, were flying in. A lot of us stayed at a hotel. I stayed at a hotel. I stayed at a hotel for the last 2 family gatherings for that exact reason. That, like, there wasn't family to stay with, but we all had to be in the city. So yeah, I stayed at a hotel. That's what you do. Not gonna say the rest of that because I'm not gonna cry right now. Sounds great. I'll see you in about 45 minutes. An hour maybe. What's the address? I give him SIP's address. See you soon, Ethan. Laters, he says and hangs up. What? Not Ethan, too. And it dawns on me that he's just spent a week with Elliot. I quickly type an email to Christian. Okay, so is Kate's brother in Barbados with his sister and Elliot, Christian's brother, while they pretty much continuously fucked for 2 weeks? I don't remember that they were all in the same place, but also, why is Kate's brother coming to stay at their condo with Anastasia when Kate and Christian's brother are apparently still on vacation? Why is Kate's brother coming to stay with them when Kate is not even there? Like, what the fuck? Also, lack of ducks. I think that's my 3rd time. I said I would mention it 3 times. PayPal link is above. Ducks, handcuffs, chug, all on the table. But we really do need more ducks. Ralph looks very lonely. And he's a unicorn duck, and thinking about the last unicorn makes me cry, and my mom shouldn't have let me watch that movie because I was way too young, and even she got mad about it. But again, this comes from a time when the PG rating didn't mean anything. Oh, now we're on to more email. Again, I reserve the right to skip headers and footers and useless bullshit because it was meant to be a page-filling waste of time. From her to him. Dearest, completely and utterly SSNS. I'm glad there was another S or I was going to make Nazi jokes. Not that I won't do that anyway. Ethan is back and he's coming here to collect the keys to the apartment. I'd really like to make sure he's settled in okay. Why don't you pick me up after work? We can go to the apartment and then we can all go out for a meal, maybe. My treat. Yours, Anna. Still SM and I. What the fuck is this SM and I? Somebody who is in the know of the fanfic bullshit, because I'm sure this is fanfic bullshit. Somebody, for the love of God, tell me what this fucking sign off is meant to mean, because I'm sure it's going to be gross and disgusting and I'm going to hate it. But somebody tell me what the fuck it means, please. I approve of your plan except the part about you paying. My treat, I'll pick you up at 6. Oh, don't be so crusty and cross. It's all a code. I'll see you at 6. Crusty and cross. I'll give you crusty and cross, and look forward to it. Bring it on, Mr. Gray. I look forward to it. He doesn't reply, but I don't expect him to. I imagine him moaning about mixed signals, and the thought makes me smile. I daydream briefly about what he might do to me, but find myself shifting out of my chair. My gazes at me disapprovingly over half-moon specks. Get on with your work. A little later, my phone buzzes. It's Claire at reception. There's a really cute guy in reception to see you. We must go out for drinks sometimes, Anna. You sure know some hunky guys. Said nobody at reception ever in front of the person they're talking about to an idiot who just started working there a week ago. Ethan. Grabbing my keys from my purse, I hurry out to the foyer. Holy shit. Sun-bleached blonde hair, a tan to die for, and glowing hazel eyes gaze up at me from the green leather couch. As soon as he sees me, his mouth drops open, and he's on his feet coming towards me. Wow, Anna. He frowns at me as he bends to give me a hug. You look well. I grin up at him. You look, wow, different. Worldly, more sophisticated. What's happened? You changed your hair? Clothes? I don't know. Steal, but you look hot. Oh, I literally thought that was her speaking until he apparently is speaking and said steal. And oh, you look hot. Like, oh, you're in a relationship. It looks so good on you. Yeah, I heard that too. Bite me. How is Barbados? Fun, he says. When's Kate coming back? She and Elliot are flying back Friday. They're pretty serious about each other. Ethan rolls his eyes. They've known each other for like 3 weeks. Okay, if you were going to write a companionship series to this series, it's the story of Kate and Ethan, not the retelling of this from Christian's point of view. Because I'm willing to bet that's even more extreme because Kate was a broken in slut before this. So she doesn't have the virgin thing, the sexual naivete, and I'm willing to bet she knows what being kinky is. So it must have been far more difficult for Elliot to tame her than it was for Christian to indoctrinate Anastasia. And I would like to read about that. I don't think that's quite it. That is definitely an acronym, but I don't think that is it. Maybe if you typed in 50 Shades Darker and then SM and I, what does it mean? Maybe the internet would know, because I certainly don't, and I'm not sure I want to, but I'll type that into Google later and put it in the Discord. I missed her. Yeah, how have you been doing with Mr. Mogul? Mr. Mogul? I snicker. Well, it's been interesting. He's taking us out for dinner this evening. Cool. Ethan seems genuinely pleased. Phew. Here, I hand him the keys. You have the address? Yeah, laters. He leans over and kisses my cheek. Elliot's expression? Yeah, it kind of grows on you. It does. Laters. I smile at him as he picks up the over-the-shoulder bag from beside the green couch and exits the building. When I turn, Jack is watching me from the far side foyer, his expression unreadable. I smile brightly at him and head back to my desk, feeling his eyes on me the whole time. This is beginning to get on my nerves. What to do? I have no idea. I'll have to wait until Kate is back. She's bound to come up with a plan. The thought dispels my bleak mood, and I pick up the next manuscript. Oh, yes, my boss is a creep who's staring at me, and it's really creepy, and he's making unwanted sexual advances and overtures and sleazy conversation. But I'm going to wait until my idiot slut best friend is back. Well, she's definitely probably had her clit pierced now as a ring on it that belongs to Elliot. But I'm going to ask her dumbass slut advice on what to do about my creepy boss, rather than admit that my stalker serial killer boyfriend is right about my creepy boss and get him to deal with it, which I could do in a second by saying, hey, you know what? I want you to fire Jack. That would be the end of that. I'm very certain my browser history is already in an RCMP file. Just for the shit I've Googled for my fanfiction, I'm sure I'm on like a potential serial killer watch list already. I'm very certain. Very, very certain. Wait, doing a thing. Where is it? At 5 to 6, my phone buzzes. It's Christian. Crusty and cross here, he says as I grin. He's still playful 50. My inner goddess is clapping her hands with glee like a small child. Well, this is sex bad insatiable. I take it you're outside, I ask dryly. I am indeed, Miss Steele. Looking forward to seeing you. His voice is warm and seductive, and my heart flutters wildly. Ditto, Mr. Gray. I'll be right up. I hang out. Hang up. I switch off my computer and gather my purse and cream cardigan. Seriously, she needs a sweater. Like, they were sailing and it wasn't cold. Like, I'm off now, Jack. I call through. Okay, Anna, thanks for today. Have a great evening. You too. Why can't he be like that all the time? I don't understand him. You're a moron because you had the read of him like an hour ago and now apparently you've forgotten because you're stupid. The Audi is parked at the curb and Christian climbs out as I approach. He's taken off his jacket and he's wearing his gray pants. My favorite ones that hang from his hips. In that way. Why don't we bet he has like 20 pair of the same pants if he thinks they look sexy? Because seriously, why would you not? I bought t-shirts that have a good fit, like one in every color. You know why? Because they fit well. Or 3 of the same color because I like it and I want it to last for a while. If I find something I like, I want to keep it. Though I do need to get rid of like half my clothes for having holes or tears in them. But seriously, if you wear your ratty shit with holes and tears around the like house and not out, it's okay, right? Because they're still good clothes, so what, they have a tear, like, you know, this is one of the arguments I got into with my cousin when she used to get mad that I would bawl her out for buying a $480 hair straightener or spending $600 a month at the age of 19 on anti-aging serums and creams and all that fucking shit. And she's like, "Well, you buy at the time this is 20 years ago. You buy $60 Mario Nintendo game. That's for a main series title." And I'm like, "Yeah, you know what I don't spend fucking money on? I don't buy $480 hair straighteners. They don't spend $1,000 a month on clothes, and I don't spend $600 a month on fucking anti-aging shit when I'm 19. So yeah, I spend $60 on a video game that I'm going to play for over 100 hours at a minimum, and will replay several times following that for several years. Yeah, I'll spend $60 on that. I didn't spend the $2,000 this month on other shit that I don't fucking need." But she couldn't understand because she's not a gamer. So she would never spend $60 for a game, so she doesn't understand why I would. And vice versa, she can't understand why I would never spend $480 on a goddamn hair straightener, but she would. She also doesn't see that that's fucking ridiculous, and just because the name Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen is on it doesn't mean it's actually worth that. And the fact that it goes up to level 20, which literally burned her hair off and started a fire, means maybe they shouldn't sell that. Seriously, she once left it at my place the first time she came to visit me. She was like 16. She left it at my place, and when I found it 2 days later and said, "Oh, by the way, you left it here," she was like, "Oh, I've been looking for that. I was wondering where it was." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's here. I'll send it to you. I know it's really important to you," because I knew how expensive it was, and it was important to her. So I was like, "Okay, I'll mail it to you. It'll get there in a few days." She was like, "Oh, don't worry. I already bought a new one because I thought I lost it." What? One, you knew that you brought it with you to come visit me. We live in different cities. You knew that you packed it to come visit me. You had it here because you used it to do my hair for church. And then it didn't come home with you. And it just didn't occur to you that what, you left it here? And she didn't fly, by the way. We're not at a distance to fly. She took a train. Actually, at that age, no, she didn't take a train. No, her mommy picked her up. That's right. She wasn't old enough to take the train yet. She was only 16. Her mommy picked her up door to door. She was literally driven door to door by her mommy. So how do you not fucking realize that, yeah, you left your hair straightener here and I can send it to you because you're only like 4 hours away. So by post, you're like probably 2 days. Well, for something that heavy, because it's a heavy thing, it would be a package 2, maybe 3 days. Because it might have to go to a sorting center that's further away than both of us, because that's how Canada Post sucks. But literally, it had been gone less than 48 hours, and I said I have it and I'll send it to you. And she's like, "Oh, I already bought another one because I can't go without it. I can't go without it." For literally, she'd gone without it for 1 day. 1 day, $480. Are you fucking kidding me? And then she wants to like yell at me for tell me when I call her a spoiled brat, she bursts into tears and does the fake crying, sobbing thing that she's had the exact same expression since she was 2 of doing this. She's like 40, she still does it. And she's like, like, why do you tell me it's like bad to spend that on that? And it's like, because you're a fucking spoiled, pampered idiot bitch. You're too fucking stupid to put 2 and 2 together. You don't know how to address a letter, and you literally are dumb because you went through like 10 of the grades out of 12 getting by on your looks and your tits and your ass. And then when you got actually thrown into a real school where they expected you to know how to fucking read, you couldn't cope and you had a mental breakdown to an extreme degree. Like, fuck. That's why you're a moron with a $500 hair straightener, and don't yell at me for spending $60 on a game. My point is, there's useless people in the world that we'd be better off without. Because I'm sorry, if you're gonna fucking whine you can't live without a $500 hair straightener for 1 day and buy another one, the world's better off without you. You are a useless waste of resources. He spent the whole day acting like a boyfriend in love with me. This adorable, complex, flawed man is in love with me, and I'm in love with him. Joy bursts unexpectedly inside me, and I savor the moment as I feel briefly that I could conquer the world. Miss Steele, you don't look as captivating as you did this morning. Christian pulls me into his arms and kisses me soundly. Can somebody please explain to me what the phrase kisses me soundly means? I would like to know. Mr. Gray, so do you. Let's go get your friend. He smiles down at me and opens the car door. As Taylor heads to the apartment, Christian fills me in on his day. A much better one than yesterday, it seems. I gaze at him adoringly as he attempts to explain some breakthrough in the environmental science department at WSU in Vancouver has made. His words mean very little to me, but I'm captivated by his passion and interest in the subject. Maybe this is what it will be like. Good days and bad days. If the good days are like this, I won't have much to complain about. He hands me a sheet of paper. These are the times that Claude is free this week, he says. Oh, the trainer. As we pull up to my apartment building, he fishes his BlackBerry from his pocket. Gray, he answers. Roz, what is it? He listens intently, and I can tell it's an involved conversation. I'll go and get Ethan. I'll be 2 minutes. I mouth at Christian and hold up 2 fingers. He nods, obviously distracted by the call. Taylor opens my door, smiling at me warmly. I grin at him. Even Taylor is feeling it. I press the entry phone and shout happily into it. Hi, Ethan, it's me. Let me in. The door buzzes and I head upstairs to the apartment. It occurs to me I may not have been here since Saturday morning. That seems so long ago. Ethan has kindly left the front door open. I step into the apartment and I don't know why, but I freeze instinctively as soon as I step inside. I take a moment to realize it's because the pale, wan figure standing by the kitchen island is holding a small revolver is Layla, and she gazes impassively at me. End of chapter! I'm so tempted to call it a night right now, but I'm not going to because the next chapter is very short. It's only like 10 pages. So we are going to continue with chapter 13. I'm still waiting for a new duck. I'm still fingers crossed that there will be a new duck tonight. I have hope, people. We all hope and we think good thoughts. We can manifest a new duck. We can do it. We can summon the power of a new duck. We can do it. Chapter 13 is very short and I will be back in 2 shakes. of a lamb's tail to read it all to you very, very, very well. I'll be back in 2 seconds. So, everybody, if you could name what do you want the next duck to be? Pick a random thing, because these are all ducks that are random things. Like, it's a duck that's a dragon, it's a duck that's a dolphin, it's a duck that's a football player. If you could pick the next duck that would be a thing, and what would you name it? Please leave in the chat. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Be right back. I love you all so much. Bye bye. Be right back. No, wait. I got a better idea. Instead of turning the camera off, wait, let me move the book to the side. Hold my spot phone. Hold. I said stay. Okay, I'm leaving Ralph. I am leaving Ralph the duck. Look at Ralph the duck. Look at him. Look at Ralph the duck. Isn't he awesome? I will be right back in 2 flippin' seconds. I'll be right back. But watch Ralph the duck and how lonely he is, and he needs friends. Alright, I hope everyone got a good look at Ralph, made him feel better, said hi to him. He's a very good duck. He's very quiet when he's not on display. And he helps all the other ducks stay calm and tell them that their day will come when someday they will be picked like the aliens in the claw machine in Toy Story, saying, "It's me!" That thing. See, it's fucking killing me. Also, why is my glass empty? This is a crime against things. Not pouring a full glass because we have like a mini chapter to read, so I'm only pouring like half a glass because I gotta go to bed. Because tomorrow I gotta get on with sending out resumes that people won't read until Monday, but I'm over 70 in and have been turned down for 2 jobs and gotten no reply on the other 68. Then I can say at least the job I got turned down for today didn't say it was because of the noise. They just said they had too many qualified applicants and they would have hired me, but they only had X amount of spots, but I should reapply with them in about 3 months for the next round. Which, not the worst response. At least I interviewed with them and they liked me enough to say, hey, hit us up in 3 months and we'll hire you. We just, we only had 12 spots and we hired 12 other people before you because you were at the back of the line. That's a reasonable response. I can work with that. I bookmarked it, I'll reapply, and maybe I'll get it in a few months, which is post-Christmas, I'm realizing, but since when do I care about holidays? Not like I have anybody to celebrate it with or anyone to buy gifts for, which I'm not saying is like a pessimistic, sad thing, and don't feel bad for me. I'm fine with my life the way it is. As long as I can cover my bills and food, which I can't currently do, but the day that I can, that is all that I want. If I can pay my bills X and have a roof over my head and a decent meal every day, then I am good with life. Life is good. I don't want to work and become a billionaire. I want to work and have a comfortable life and be good at my job. That's my number one thing. I want to be good at my job. Whatever I do, whatever it is, I don't really care what it is. As long as I can be good at it and actually helpful and do the job well, that's all I want. I want to be able to end the day saying I did good at my job, not I survived or I got through or I cheated my way through or I bullshitted my way through. I want to be able to say I did my job today and I was good at it. That's all I want, and I don't think that's asking too much. If I can pay rent, bills, and a reasonable amount of groceries, that's all I'm asking for out of life. I don't want to be rich. I don't want to be famous. I just want to be a hair above survive. That's all I want. I want 5% comfort. I don't want a lot of comfort. Just a little every now and then will do. Chapter 13. Holy fuck. She's here, gazing at me with an unnerving blank expression. This is the scene that in the movies made everyone say she spoke like Gollum. And again, in the book, she's much better written. The movies kind of did this character dirty, I will say. My subconscious swoons into a dead faint, and I don't think even smelling salts will bring her back. So, what, you're pure id right now? Because how do you not get shot, idiot? I blink repeatedly at Layla as my mind goes into overdrive. How did she get in? Where's Ethan? Holy shit, where's Ethan? In a better story, he's dead in the bathtub, honestly. Because he came home, found her pretending to be Anastasia, and excuse me, I do not have hiccups, Christ's sake. I do not have hiccups. He finds her in a full single white female, and if you don't know that movie, you should, because it's a good. What? Excuse me, I do not have hiccups! And finds her pretending to be Anastasia in the apartment. When he challenges her and says, "You're not Anastasia," and he grabs her and shakes her, but then suddenly he goes, "Oh!" And we discover that she stabbed him with a butcher knife in the chest right here. And so he's dead in the bathtub. This is a much better version. And I saw Single White Female like twice when I was way too young to see it, and then someone took the VHS away from me. So I haven't seen it in over 20 years. So if that happens at any point in that, I'm not ripping it off because I don't remember, but that's what should happen in a good book. This is not a good book, however. A creeping cold fear grips my heart and my scalp prickles as each and every follicle on my head tightens with terror. What if she's harmed him? I start breathing rapidly as adrenaline and bone-numbing dread course through my body. Keep calm, keep calm. I repeat the mantra over and over in my head. She tilts her head to one side, regarding me as if I'm an exhibit in a freak show. Geez, I'm not the freak here. Actually, in her world, you are. In her world, yes, you, vanilla virgin Anastasia, you are the freak. Because I entered the world of BDSM at 12. I know it intimately and those who reside there, and you ain't one of them. And so, yeah, to this girl, you are the freak. She's the one who belongs in this world. She is the one who matches Christian's criteria, and he should love her and marry her and be with her because she does everything he wants her to. But that's also why he can't love her. because she's the incarnation of his dead whore mother that he wants to beat and violently fuck to get some kind of revenge, and it's the only way he can get off. But that's also why he can't ever love anyone willing to inhabit that memory and be a stand-in for his revenge on his mother, because he doesn't love his mother. He can't. So that's why she's always garbage to him, and she will always be garbage to him, because he basically commissioned her to be a piece of garbage that he can abuse and violently fucking throw away. So no, he was never going to love you, Layla, because he didn't want to love you. He wanted to beat and abuse you for his own means and throw you away like trash to get some kind of twisted revenge on his dead mother. So that's why. And in any real world, this is the end of Zugzwag from Criminal Minds, the episode with Reed and his lover Maeve Zugzwag. That's how this ends. Is the way Zugzwag ends. It feels like an eon has passed while I process all this, though in reality it's only a split second. Layla's expression remains blank and her appearance is as scruffy and ill-kempt as ever. That is not how she was described the first time. The first time she was described as being actually clean and very classy and looking like any other, like, upper middle class woman on the street. So obviously the movie took her description from this page and not from her first appearance. But the fact that she's decompensated in about, 2 days? Again, stupid. This whole thing is stupid. I hate the entire subplot with Layla. I absolutely hate it. It's disgusting, it's cheap, it's tawdry, it's disgusting, it's abusive, it's really stupid, and the way it's resolved is fucking retarded, and Christian should be in jail. Because in any real universe, the police arrest her and she starts dishing on what Christian did to her, and he gets arrested. And when he says, "Oh, I had a contract that says I can do that to her," the police are going to laugh in his fucking face and say you violently abused and raped and battered this woman. So that's it. You're going to jail. It doesn't matter if she signed some useless piece of paper that's not legally enforceable. You're going to jail for what you did to her. But in a proper world, he's a padded room psychopath. She's still wearing that grubby trench coat, and she looks desperately in need of a shower. Her hair is greasy and lank, plastered against her head. Her eyes are a dull brown, cloudy and vaguely confused. Despite the fact that my mouth has no moisture in it whatsoever, I attempt to speak. Hi. Layla, isn't it? I rasp. She smiles, but it's a disturbing curl of her lips rather than a true smile. She speaks, she whispers, and her voice is soft and hoarse at the same time, an eerie sound. Yes, I speak. I say gently as if to a child. Are you here alone? Where's Ethan? My heart pounds at the thought he might have come to some harm. Well, seriously, Christian's hyper worried about her going to his apartment but knew full well that Kate's brother was going to crash with them. No concern about this whatsoever. No concern. Christian knew fully about this, knew that he didn't want Anastasia to stay there because of exactly this reason, but he had no problem with Kate's brother staying. I'm just pointing this out. I'm just pointing this massive hole in the logic out. Her face falls so much that I think she's about to burst into tears. She looks so forlorn. Alone, she whispers. Alone. Okay, not dead yet. Ugh. Freaking allergies and coughing attacks. This is why asthma should not be allowed. What does she mean? Am I alone? She's alone? She's alone because she's harmed Ethan? Oh, no. I have to fight the choking, clawing fear at my throat as tears threaten. What are you doing here? Can I help you? My words are calm, gentle interrogation despite the suffocating fear in my throat. Her brows furrow as if she's completely befuddled by my question. She makes no violent move against me, her hands still relaxed around her gun. I take a different tack, trying to ignore my tightening scalp. Would you like some tea? Why am I asking her if she wants tea? It's Ray's answer to any emotional situation, resurfacing inappropriately. Geez, he'd have a fit if he saw me right at this minute. Don't drop the book. His army training would have kicked in and he'd have disarmed her by now. She's not actually pointing the gun at me. Perhaps I can move. She shakes her head and tilts it from side to side as if stretching her neck. I take a deep, precious lungful of air, trying to calm my panicking breathing, and move towards the kitchen island. She frowns as if she can't quite understand what I'm doing, and shifts a little so she's still facing me. I reach the kettle with a shaking hand and fill it from the faucet. As I move, my breathing eases. Yes, if she wanted me dead, surely she would have shot me by now. She watches me with an absent, bemused curiosity. As I switch on the kettle, I'm plagued by thought of Ethan. Is he hurt? Tied up? Is there anyone else in the apartment? I ask tentatively. She inclines her head the other way. With her right hand, the hand not holding the revolver, she grabs a strand of her long, greasy hair and starts twisting and fiddling with it, pulling and twisting it. It's obviously a nervous habit, and while I'm distracted by this, I'm struck again by how much she resembles me. I hold my breath, waiting for her answer, the anxiety building to an unbearable pitch. Doi. Like seriously, what do you need to know after this? Like this is where it ends. The first book bullshit of when they break up, it should have been here. Should have put all this into the first book. And after being threatened at gunpoint and seeing that's what you do to your submissives, Christian, you use them and abuse them, and then they turn into that, and you throw them away until they turn into this with a gun. I can't have anything to do with you. Because that's an actual reason for them to go their separate ways as opposed to the first one, which is not. It's not. It's just not. I mean, it is on the superficial, but in terms of the whole series, this is what breaks them up the first time. This should have been the end of the first book. Right here. The resolution of this, where maybe Layla takes a shot at her and misses because Christian dashes in at the last minute and grabs her arm and points the gun up at the ceiling, sparing Anastasia's life. And Anastasia runs out onto the street. And when Christian follows her out and says, like, hey, everything's okay now, Layla's going to get the help she needs, and Anastasia's like, I can't. If this is your life, if this is what I have to put up with, this is what you bring, I can't. I'm done. Christian, I'm done. I don't want to know you anymore. I'm sorry I ever met you. And then she turns and walks away. That's how you end the first book. Alone, all alone, she murmurs. I find this comforting. Maybe Ethan isn't here. The relief is empowering. Notice that she has no compassion for this woman whatsoever. I'm not saying this woman broke into her house and is holding her at gunpoint, but I'm saying Anastasia, above all, knows exactly who this woman is and how she got this way. So a little empathy would go a long fucking way right now. In other words, I'd be holding this gun and we'd be having a quiet cup of tea while she tells me every perverted thing Christian does to her before I call a hospital to have this woman committed. They certainly would not be involving police in any way. I find this comforting. Maybe Ethan is here. The relief is empowering. Are you sure you don't want tea or coffee? Not thirsty, she answers softly, and takes a cautious step towards me. My feeling of empowerment evaporates. Fuck. I start panting with fear again. Excuse me. Feeling it surge thick and rough through my veins. I don't want to know what that feels like. I am not having hiccups. Christ! In spite of this and feeling beyond brave, I turn and fetch a couple of cups from the cupboard. What do you have that I don't? She asks, her voice assuming the sing-song intonation of a child. What do you mean, Layla? I ask as gently as I can. Master. Mr. Gray. He lets you call him by his given name. I'm not his submissive, Layla. Master understands that I'm inadequate to fill that role. Not the choice of words. You don't challenge her on her place. Clearly she wants to still be his number one, and she hasn't, and so you play into this. You say, oh, he's talked to me about you. Said you were the best he ever had and told me to be more like you because he really likes you and he misses you. You say anything to get her to put the gun down. And again, I'm sorry for her situation. Like if I feel sorry for anyone in this entire series, it's this woman because she, like, again, if you need proof that Christian is a terrible abusive person, look at the impact that he has on people. This is somebody that he claimed after she left him, got married for like 4 years, has children, and lived a happy life until her husband, found out? I don't even remember if this is true, but found out about her previous life and like dumped her, and now she's gone psychotic and reverted to, I need Christian to be my master to have a point in life. That only tells you how abusive he is and that he probably sold her to somebody else and said, "Oh, I can't use you permanently, but marry this guy. You'll be happy. And I'll always be in your life, Layla." And then he abandoned her. Like, one of the biggest breakups of my very young life, guy I talked about earlier, guy from when I was 14 who is definitely an abuser, but he's not listed that way in my head. He's listed as a relationship. Yeah, he dumped me, quote unquote, dumped me the day after I got back from that infamous weekend with him where he did things more than the first guy that he should have been in jail with, because I had a therapist at the time and I had to justify being gone for 4 days. So I lied to my therapist and said I was going to a birthday party for friends out of town. And I happened to mention this to Guy when we were back on the phone, as we spent like 6 hours on the phone every day, having a quote unquote relationship for about 4 months before we ever met in person. And when I told him that, he used that as an excuse to quote unquote break up with me because, quote, "I told you nobody could ever know about it because I could get in trouble because you're underage, blah, blah, blah." That wasn't the reason. He was looking for an excuse to quote unquote break up with me because he didn't get everything that he wanted that weekend. Because I'm not quite that dumb or willing. So he didn't get what he wanted after putting in months of, illegal effort. And that's why he broke up with me. But he blamed it on my telling my therapist that I went out of town for a birthday party. He's like, "Nobody can know. Nobody can know you did anything different because you were with me." And I'm like, "Idiot, I didn't say your name. I said I went out of town for a friend's birthday party. I didn't say I went out of town to be on a hookup weekend with you." But that was all he wanted because he didn't get what he wanted and he was getting engaged to somebody else literally at that weekend. Like I said, he had a fiance that was there and knew fully well that he was screwing around with not only me, an underage girl, but also with another submissive who was there that weekend while she was pretending that he was going to marry her and be her one and only. Like, okay, I'm going to try really hard to get to the end of this chapter, but I reserve the right to pull the pin at any time because I'm so fucking tired and over this shit. Also in the movies, they make her sound like Gollum, which is really annoying. Because they could have, again, this is a character that they could have, like, if you want movies to have any weight, this would have been the place to do it, but they don't, so it comes off stupid. She tilts her head to the other side, and it's wholly unnerving and an unnatural gesture. Inadequate. She tests the word, sounding it out, seeing how it feels strange on her tongue. But Master is happy. I've seen him. He laughs and smiles. These reactions are rare. Very rare for him. Oh, you look like me. Layla changes tack, surprising me, her eyes seemingly truly focused on me for the first time. Master likes obedient ones who look like you and me. The others, all the same. All the same. And yet you sleep in his bed. I saw you. Shit, she was in the room. I didn't imagine her. You saw me in his bed? I whisper. I never slept in Master's bed, she murmurs. She's like a fallen ethereal wrath. It actually says wrath. I think she was going for waif, but it says wrath. Half a person. She looks so slight, and in spite of the fact she's holding a gun, I suddenly feel overwhelmed with empathy for her. Her hands flex around the weapon, and my eyes widen, threatening to pop from my head. Why does Master like us like this? It makes me think something. Something. Master is dark. Master is a dark man. But I love him. No, no, he's not, I bristle internally. He's not dark. He's a good man. No, he's not! No, he's not! No, he's not! Layla is right. Layla is right, and this book series world would be a better place if he blew Christian Grey's head off, which, by the way, is what she should have done. Okay? She should have blown his head off. She should have come up behind him on the street and blown his fucking brains out. That's what she should have done. But no, he is not a good man. Yes, he is dark and fucked up and abusive and abuses every woman around him. No, he's not a good man. Don't fucking hand wave. I hate this fucking bullshit that because I love him, he's somehow redeemed into being an angel. That's not how real life works. Mobsters have people who love them. They still bury people and throw their bodies in the river on a semi-regular basis. They are not good people, but they still have people who love them. Just because you love someone doesn't make them a good person. They are still who they are. You loving someone is about you, not them. When will people ever fucking get that? Who you love is entirely about you. It has nothing to do with them. And who you love is set in by the time you're 8. So many people are so fucking stupid about raising children that they're like, oh, it doesn't matter. They'll figure it out when they're grown. As long as they're alive and I keep a roof over their head, they'll make their own choices when they're grown up. No, the way you program them from 0 to 8 pretty much informs their entire goddamn lives. So would you maybe take a little responsibility if you decide to actually have a child? Like, God knows, nobody in my family gave a fuck. And I came from a family that could have provided for me. I had a family that could have taken me in, could have supported me, could have made sure I had the best goddamn education. Like I said, and I'm not making this up. When I was a child in first grade, I tested off the charts in the entire world for intelligence. I was in the top 2% of the whole world. I should have immediately been taken to academia land and spent the rest of my life there and properly educated. But I came from a fucked up, abusive, semi-religious semi-religious conservative family and a place and time where, oh, your kid's really smart. Guess what? They still have to go through our crappy education system and know they can't skip grades, even though they're literally breaking down crying every morning at the thought of spending 8 mind-numbing hours in the class stupid again. That's what I came from. Okay, I should have been Charlie in numbers. That's what I was born to be. I didn't get to be that because bullshit. Because people think they have the right to fuck with your life. I'm sorry, if your family, but somebody doesn't fit with you, do what's best for them, not what's best for your idiot family image. Or like, oh, we have to keep this person with us because family. Shut the fuck up. And then, because they hated my mother so much, I get cast out of the whole family anyway, and they want to pretend they gave a flying fuck when they did nothing to raise me or help me and literally abandoned me multiple times since I was 3. Go fuck yourself. But, oh, they're family, so, you have to be with them. No, you don't. I don't give a fuck what family you were born into. That doesn't mean they deserve you, they understand you, or they know the first thing about you. Your family are probably the last people on the planet that you should have anything to do with. And just because you're born into them doesn't mean you have to put up with them. I don't agree with Prince Harry about much, but he got the right idea finally about dealing with his toxic family, which is to get the fuck out. Take the people you love, go far, far away, and have as little to do with each other as possible and live your own happy life. I'm fully on his side because I get exactly where he's coming from. He's joined me in the light, and now she's here trying to drag him back to some warped idea that she loves. Yeah, this girl is the problem, not your psycho serial killer boyfriend. Yes, she's the problem. This is the height of what's wrong with these books. If you wanted to laser focus it, here it is. Layla, do you want to give me the gun? I asked softly. Her hand grips it tightly and she hugs it to her chest. This is mine. It's all I have left. She gently caresses the gun so she can join her love. I'm sorry, but this is stupid and twisted and very poorly written. And the rest of the chapter is only 8 pages. Thank fucking Christ, or I'd be pulling the pin right now because fuck this shit. But I'm going to read this really quickly because this is the worst. This is the worst of it. Mentally ill person with a gun due to his absolute abuse and physical, degradation. And she gets treated like the bad guy. And then there's some hand wave bullshit. I'm going to read this really fast. I'm still waiting for a second duck to be purchased or sponsored because really, it's been 3 weeks. Ralph is lonely. He needs a second duck, and I am suffering through this and Like, fucking A. This is what, if anything, these books have so much to apologize for, but like this whole section right here, fucking A. Shit. Which love, Christian. It's like she punched me in the stomach. I know he will be here momentarily to find out what's keeping me. Does she mean to shoot him? The thought is so horrific. I feel my throat swell and an ache as large as a knot forms there, almost choking me, matching the fear that's balled tightly in my stomach. Right on cue, the door bursts open and Christian is standing in the doorway, Taylor behind him. Glancing at me briefly, Christian's eyes sweep over me from head to toe, and I notice the small spark of relief in his look. But his relief is fleeting as his gaze darts to Lila and stills, focusing on her, not wavering in the slightest. He glares at her with an intensity I've not seen before, his eyes wild, wide, angry, and scared. Oh no. Oh no! Like what? You've unleashed Mega Mode? Shut up! Layla's eyes widen, and for a moment it seems her reason returns. She blinks rapidly while her hand tightens once more around the gun. Amazing she hasn't set it off all these times, her hands tightening around the gun, almost like Arthur doesn't know how guns work! My breath catches in my throat and my heart starts thumping so loud I hear the blood pounding in my ears. No, no, no. My world teeters precariously at the hands of this poor fucked up woman. Will she shoot? Both of us? Just Christian? The thought is crippling. Actually, you're the thing in the way of her so-called happiness, so it's more likely she shoots you in the face, you idiot bitch! This is where I really hate the character of Anastasia, is in these moments. I fucking hate her, and she's useless, and I hope Layla shoots her. After an eternity, as the time hangs suspended around us, her head dips slightly and she gazes up at him through her long lashes, her expression contrite. Christian holds up his hand, signaling to Taylor to stay where he is. Taylor's blanched face betrays his fury, and I've never seen him like this. He stands stock still as Christian and Layla stare at each other. I realize I'm holding my breath. What will she do? What will he do? Or they just continue to stare at each other? Christian's expression is raw, full of some unnamed emotion. Unnamed emotion, eh? It could be pity, fear, affection, or is it love? No, please, not love. Really, you can't tell between fear and love on his face? Does that maybe tell you there's a problem with you or him or both? His eyes bore into her, and antagonizingly slowly, the atmosphere in the apartment changes. The tension is building so that I can sense their connection, the charge between them. No! Suddenly I feel I'm the interloper, intruding on them as they stand gazing at each other. I'm an outsider, a voyeur, spying on forbidden, intimate scene behind closed curtains. Christian's intense gaze burns brighter and his bearing changes subtly. He looks taller, more angular somehow, colder, more distant. And I recognize this stance. I've seen him like this before. In his playroom. My scalp prickles anew. This is dominant Christian, and how at ease he looks. Whether he was born or made for this role, I just don't know. But with a sinking heart and sickening stomach, I watch as Layla responds, her lips parting, her breathing picking up as the first flush of color stains her cheeks. No! It's such an unwelcome glimpse into his past. Agonizing to witness. She's basically saying another woman has laid down his spread and is coming for him. Bitch, grow the fuck up. In this situation, grow the fuck up. Also, you know he's had subs before and she is one of them. So why are you fucking stunned? You're naive virgin fucking cunt. Fucking blushing and falling apart. And oh my god, he's turned on other women. You knew that. You knew that he physically abused her and mentally trained her to get wet at the sight of him. So why are you surprised you're seeing it, you idiot? Like, any sympathy I have for this character is so gone. She signed up for this herself. She's too stupid to exist. If he didn't have money, she would have failed the Darwin test honestly, Jose should have murdered her in that parking lot. That would be a better use of her existence, because she's too stupid and pointless and has no sense of self-fucking preservation whatsoever. That to the point she's this fucking stupid of, oh, my boyfriend got another woman hot. Yeah, he got a lot of other women hot before you. And you're too stupid and inexperienced to know that he's not giving you the good sex yet. He's just playing with you like a fucking puppet because he can, and you lick it up. You stupid, ignorant, fucking useless bimbo slut. Like, there are episodes of sci-fi TV series she would fit in to better than the real world. If you told me Christian Grey ordered her from the series Dollhouse, and that these 6 weeks were his purchase experience from Dollhouse, that makes more sense than this book series. That makes fucking sense. I think I'm gonna script doctor this, and for the rest of my life, these books take place in the world of Dollhouse, and she is an order bot, and that's why she's so fucking stupid. How are there 10 pages left of this? I'm not committing to getting through all 10 pages. I'm tired and not drunk enough, and this is fucked up, and nobody has bought a new duck. So, I reserve the right to pull the pin at any time right now. Finally, he mouths a word at her. I can't make out what it is, but the effect on Lila is immediate. She drops to the floor on her knees, her head bowed, and the gun falls and skitters uselessly across the floor. Holy fuck. Yeah, because he told her, like, get ready, because he's about to fuck her or dom her or whatever, and that's all she wants. Christian walks calmly over to where the gun has fallen, and he bends gracefully to pick it up. He regards it with ill-disguised disgust and then slips it into his jacket pocket. Yeah, he's worried about fingerprints on a letter that Elena brings him, but he picks up the, I suspect, illegal gun with no problems. I am not hiccuping, Christ. Christian was... Anastasia, go with Taylor, he commands. Taylor crosses the threshold and stares at me. Ethan, I whisper. Downstairs, he responds matter-of-factly, his eyes never leaving Layla. Downstairs, not here. Ethan's okay. Relief floods hard and fast through my blood, and for a moment I think I'm going to faint. Anastasia. Christian's tone is clipped and warning. I blink at him, and suddenly I'm unable to move. I don't want to leave him. Leave him with her. So now she's having, like, lethal idiot jealousy. I would leave him and hope she shoots him in the face. He moves to stand beside Layla as she kneels at his feet. He's hovering over her protectively. She's so still, it's unnatural. I can't take my eyes off the two of them together. For the love of God, Anastasia, will you do as you're told for once in your life and go? Christian's eyes lock on mine as he glowers at me, and his voice is a cold shard of ice. The anger beneath the quiet, deliberate delivery of his words is palpable. Angry at me? No way. Please, no. I feel like he slapped me hard. Why does he want to stay with her? How stupid are you, you fucking cunt? And yes, I'm using those words. I'm sorry, but this girl is too stupid to live. He's not staying with her because he's going to bang her in your apartment or he wants her. He's choosing her. She had a gun to you and he's diffusing the situation, telling you to get the fuck out so he can get her into a position where he can call for some help and get her, like, in a hospital or jail or wherever. He's not saying leave so I can, like, make her go down and fuck her up the ass. This is stupid. This is manufactured conflict is one thing. This is, I apologize for using this word, but this is in the 90 cents that I grew up in. This is retarded, is what this is. This is fucked up. This is bullshit. This is manufactured conflict, one thing. What's 5 steps above manufactured conflict? Because that's what this is. This is goddamn fucking bullshit. Because no human woman in this situation thinks, oh, he's sending me out so he can bang her. Nobody thinks this in the history of ever. But she's so stupid. This girl knows nothing. She simultaneously knows nothing about sex and yet is an expert on sex. Make up your goddamn... She's an idiot. She's too stupid to exist. She's not a real character. She's a fuck doll. who is trying to be a real person now but hasn't earned it. This is so goddamn fucking stupid. Like, it's beyond. This is the worst of the whole series. These are the worst scenes because these are the most utterly ridiculous, and I feel like they were put in like after this got turned into a book series. Like, oh, you have to pad this out to X amount of pages. I feel like this is the garbage that got dumped in to like pad it out the most, as well as the entirety of this book. This entire book is unnecessary. Taylor, take Miss Steele downstairs now. Taylor nods at him, and I stare at Christian. Why? I whisper. Go. Back to the apartment. His eyes blaze frostily at me. I need to be alone with Layla, he says urgently. Not the thing to say to your girlfriend, dude. He gets idiot points for this, but she gets idiot points for the entire series. I think he's trying to convey some kind of message, but I'm so not thrown by all that's happened that I'm not sure. I glance down at Layla and notice a very small smile cross her lips, but otherwise she remains truly impassive, a complete submissive. Fuck. My heart chills. What the fuck? I'm not even going to try and decipher that word salad of useless bullshit. This is what he needs. This is what he likes. No, I want to wail. Where is she getting this from? He has not said this. He has not said, oh, this is what I really want. I am abandoning you, Anastasia. I'm throwing you away. We're over. Because this is what I really want. And I realize Layla is my true partner and submissive. And he unzips his fly and shoves it in her mouth. That didn't happen. So why is she having this bullshit conscience of whatever bullshit that is not real? This is fucking, this is not even contrived. Contrived means it's based on something. This is just made up. This is just made up and bullshit. She has no reason to think any of this, thus I'm not taking any of this seriously. Ever, whatsoever. This is the beyond bullshit. Like, if he was drugging her, like, Red style with, Malkovich's character to where she was getting daily doses of LSD for 11 years, that would make more sense than her, like, thinking this right now. This is beyond fucking stupid. Again, there's like 5 pages left, and I reserve the right to bail at any time. We still are looking for a second duck, ladies and gentlemen. Ralph is still lonely, and we're nearly done. So if anyone would like to sponsor a friend for Ralph, this is your last chance. Please do so, and we thank you all very much. Miss Steele, Anna. Taylor holds out his hand to me, imploring me to come. I'm immobilized by the horrific spectacle before me. It confirms my worst fears and plays on all my insecurities. Christian and Layla together, the Dom and his sub. She's holding you at gunpoint and he's saying whatever he can to save your life, you fucking ignorant fucking slut! Cum dumpster whore! She is, like, I hate the term cum dumpster, but if anyone was gonna embody it, it's this fucking idiot. And she's not a slut, because sluts enjoy it. She's just a fucking receptacle for men to use and abuse and throw away, and she's too stupid to even think of herself as her own goddamn person. Like, this is beyond abuse. And then think, why? Oh, he wants her. Oh, he's sending me out because he wants her. How stupid! Stupid isn't even the word. What's a billion levels higher than stupid? I need a word stronger than stupid. I need the atomic level of stupid. What's the word for that? Somebody please go to thesaurus.com and tell me, because I need to know. Because clearly it's in play. Taylor, Christian urges. And Taylor leans down and scoops me into his arms. The last thing I see as we leave is Christian gently stroking Lila's head as he murmurs softly to her, "No." As Taylor carries me down the stairs, I lie limply in his arms and trying to grasp what happened in the last 10 minutes, or was it longer, shorter? The concept of time has deserted me. Oh my God! Why could you not have filmed it this way? The movie would have been so much better if they did this. Of Taylor physically picks her up and drags her out while she's screaming no because she thinks Christian's about to fuck her. Are you kidding? This would have been a way better scene than what we got in the movie, as well as the Gollum talk that, like, seriously, in the book she's not written much better, but she at least has words and doesn't sound like that. And also, he's not in the bed. I think the movie changed this way too much. It's dumb because they wanted to wave over it. You could have made, again, like the middle movie could have been decent if you played this out properly. If you knew how to fucking write or made any attempt, you could have made this scene the entire movie and it would have been halfway decent as opposed to the one you can skip. Layla and Christian and Layla together. What is he doing with her now? Jesus, Anna, what the fuck is going on? I'm relieved to see Ethan as he paces the small lobby, still carrying his large bag. Oh, thank heavens he's okay. When Taylor sets me down, I practically throw myself at Ethan, wrapping my arms around his neck. What, the brother of her college roommate that she's met like maybe twice? Not having this reaction. What the fuck is going on? Who's this guy? I'm sorry, Ethan. This is Taylor. He works with Christian. Taylor, this is Ethan, my roommate's brother. They nodded at each other. Anna, upstairs. What's going on? I was fishing for the apartment keys when this guy jumped out of nowhere and grabbed them. One of them was Christian. Ethan's voice trails off. You were late. Thank God. Yeah, I met a friend from Pullum. We had a quick drink. What's going on? Wait, what? What's going on? I was fishing for the apartment keys, then these guys jumped out of nowhere and grabbed them. One of them was Christian. What? I'm not. One of them was Christian. What? If you mean to say this was Christian's bodyguard, Christian's bodyguard. What the? What? Why? What? I lost. What? I'm lost. What? There's an ex-girlfriend of Christian's in our apartment. She's gone postal, and Christian is. My voice cracks and tears pool in my eyes. Hey, Ethan whispers and pulls me close once more. Has anyone called the cops? They don't exist in this universe. Ow. I can't stop crying, the tension of this latest episode releasing through my tears. Ethan tightens his arms around me, but I sense his bemusement. Yeah, because Kate's brother is laughing. They were held hostage by a gun in their. He's laughing. I can't even. I'm not drunk enough and I'm too tired. Fuck off with this entire scene, this entire chapter. This entire chapter is going to be the first thing I burn. Please remind me that chapter 13 in entirety needs to be carved out, chopped up into little pieces. Persnickety, I know you're watching. Please, Persnickety, message me privately, or anyone watching who is on my Discord. Please DM me privately the following information. That when I burn this book in effigy, I need to carve out and specifically cut up into tiny pieces as kindling chapter 13. The entirety of chapter 13, I need to carve out and cut into tiny pieces and use as kindling to start the bonfire that I use to burn the rest of this book at the end. Please DM me or leave in the general Discord that exact statement and instructions so that I remember it when I get to the end of this book, because this chapter not only needs to be burned, it needs to be excised. So please leave me those instructions so that I remember them. And I'm counting on you, chat and friends of mine, to put that in my Discord so that I remember it. Please do so. Chapter 13 needs to be butchered, burned, and then, like, the ashes scattered to the four winds so that it may never reconstitute. Please leave me detailed instructions to do that. Thank you, and have a good day. It's not like that. I sob into his chest, and now I've started. I can't stop crying. The tension of this latest episode releasing more than my tears. Ethan tightens his arms around me, but I sense his bemusement. Hey, Anna, let's go get a drink. He pats my back awkwardly. Abruptly, I feel awkward too, and embarrassed. In all honesty, I want to be on my own, but I nod, accepting his offer. I want to be away from here, away from whatever's going on upstairs. We choose a bar across the street, settling into the wooden bar stools at the window. I want to see what's going on, who's coming, and more importantly, who's going. Ethan hands me a bottle of beer. Trouble with an ex? He asks gently. It's a bit more complicated than that, I mutter. Abruptly guarded. I can't talk about this. I've signed an NDA, and for the first time, I really resent that fact. Plus, Christian said nothing about rescinding it. How about you ask him, you fucking moron? Or how about you just say, fuck it, it's not legal anyway. Therefore, I'm going to say whatever I want to whoever I want. And if he wants to sue me, that require him to prove that it doesn't exist or that what I said isn't true. Defamation is a you prove it bar. So fuck off. I've got time, Ethan says calmly and takes a long slug of his beer. She's next from years back. She left her husband for some guy. Then a couple weeks ago, he was killed in a car accident, and now she's come after Christian. I shrug. There. That didn't give too much away. Yeah, local billionaire being stalked by former lover and deranged post-widowdom psychosis. Yeah, he's not gonna run to the tabloids and get paid 50 grand for selling that story that they will make a million headlines off of tomorrow. Yeah, idiot. Yeah, I misread that as discreet because that is what is needed here, that multiple people be having discreet conversations, but also no, nobody in this entire series ever has a direct goddamn conversation. Just like Ralph has no friends, nobody in this series has a goddamn direct conversation, and that would solve so many fucking problems in the world of this book that, like, you cannot fucking come after him. She had a gun. What the fuck? She didn't actually threaten anyone with it. Yeah, actually, she did. I think she meant to harm herself, but that's why I was worried about you. I didn't know if you were in the apartment. I see. She sounds unstable. Seriously, if you run into someone in the lobby, you go around the corner for coffee, and they're like, oh, yeah, by the way, my current boyfriend and one of his unstable, well armed former lovers are in the apartment right now, where she let me go, but I think he can talk her down, but she definitely had a loaded weapon and could have killed people. Are you sitting in a cafe around the corner calmly having coffee, or are you saying, oh my God, I need to call the SWAT team? Because this is still going on. He's being told there's an active Christian is basically being held at gunpoint. I don't care he's a dominant and he's in control of the situation, allegedly. He could still get shot in the face. Nobody, including his own security, is calling the goddamn police or even attempting to intervene. Where's Taylor? He's delivering in a station next door to have coffee. Is he protecting the guy he's hired to protect while he's held at gunpoint? No! Because Christian has the worst security in the history of fucking ever for a rich guy. What's Christian doing with her now? Fucking her bent over while she's taking it up the ass and loving it in between drinking it down. He's definitely come in her like 9 times already since you've been gone. The blood drains from my face and bile rises in my throat. I don't know, I whisper, because she knows exactly what I said and it's true. That's the crux of my problem. What the fuck are they doing? Talking, I hope. Just talking. Yet all I can see in my mind's eye is his hand stroking her hair. So even she thinks he's directly fucking her right now. But she's somehow okay with this or willing to put up with it. She's disturbed and Christian cares about her, and that's all. I rationalize. But in the back of my mind, my subconscious is shaking her head sadly. Your subconscious is right. Run and never look back. Steal, like, go back to his apartment once, steal like very valuable things and pawn them for some cash because you know he'll never report it because you'd have to explain it. Then never talk to him again. It's more than that. Layla was able to fulfill his needs in a way I cannot. The thought is depressing. Yeah, because you're not compatible. You never should be in a relationship. So nice to meet you, go your separate ways, and find someone that works for both of you instead of this bullshit of both trying to deny who you are and mutually abuse each other. Well, not even mutual, because he just literally is abusing her. She's not giving anything back. So yeah, let yourself be abused until you're dead because you should love this guy. What the hell is wrong with my voice right now? This is why we need a second duck. Then my voice wouldn't have gone out. It's the powers of Babylon, people. You know I'm a Miss of Babylon fan. I am a priestess of the highest realm, so it's an Avalon thing. It's the mist making my voice do that because of the lack of ducks. Because everyone knows ducks ward off the mist. That's just a fact of life. And we lack ducks. I try to focus on what they've done in the last few days, his declaration of love, his flirty humor, his playfulness, but Elena's words keep coming back to taunt me. It's true what they said about his evasiveness. Don't you miss it? Your playroom? I finish my beer in record time and Ethan lines up another. I'm not much of a companion, but to his credit, he stays with me. Well, maybe you could tell him what the hell is going on, or also, like, how long has Christian been in the apartment with Layla? What's it been, like an hour now? Are you kidding me? Chatting, trying to lift my spirits, talking about Barbados, about Kate and Elliot's antics, which is wonderfully distracting. But it's just that, a distraction. My heart and my soul are still in that apartment with my 50 shades and the woman who used to be as submissive. A woman who thinks she still loves him. Who thinks she still loves him? Go fuck yourself. During our third beer, a large cruiser with heavy tinted windows pulls up next to the Audi in front of our apartment. I recognize Dr. Flynn as he climbs out, accompanied by a woman dressed in what looks like pale blue scrubs. I glimpse Taylor as he lets them through the front door. Who is that? Ethan asks. His name is Dr. Flynn. Christian knows him. So way to dox Christian therapist to another person. What kind of doctor? A shrink. Oh. We both what? I'm sorry, a shrink is like, this is 2011. Nobody says that. This is a psychiatrist or psychologist, and judging by the fact that he has access to drugs, psychiatrist. But are you fucking kidding me with this bullshit? I need a duck. We got like 3 pages left, and I need a duck. I need 1 duck tonight to make it worth it. Can I have something a bit stronger? Asked Ethan, my voice small. Sure, what would you like? A brandy, please. Ethan nods and retreats to the bar. I gaze through the window at the front door. Moments later, Taylor emerges and climbs into the Audi. He heads off towards the Scala. After Christian? I don't know. It's late and I feel fuzzy, and Ethan and I are locked out of the apartment. Doesn't Ethan have keys? Wasn't that the whole point that you gave Ethan keys? So this is where the mogul lives. Ethan whittles through his teeth, impressed. I nod. Sure you don't want me to come in with you? He asks. No, I need to face this. Or just go to bed. Face what? What the fuck? Honestly, she should be 4 towns away in a private hotel under a fake name. And Christian should have done that for her. And what? She's crawling back to his apartment after he spent the whole afternoon with his sub and definitely got at least a blowjob offer. And yes, he definitely did before he had her like drugged up with Thorazine and committed her. He definitely did that. And now she's like been alone for hours, or he's gonna have to come looking for her, and he's gonna be pissed. Like, oh, you weren't on your knees outside the cafe where I was. But 2 pages left. Everyone, shut the fuck up, because I'm officially done with the world. See you tomorrow. Yes, thanks, Ethan. I hug him. You'll work it out, Steele. He murmurs against my ear. What is it with people calling her Steele? Nobody does this to your college friends. You don't call them by last name. Shut the fuck up. He releases me and watches I head into the building. Later, he calls, shut the fuck up. I offer him a weak smile and a wave, and he presses the call button to the elevator. I step out into the elevator into Christian's apartment. Taylor's not waiting, which is unusual. She's been there like 4 times, and she already knows it's weird that the stalker bodyguard is not there. Opening the double doors, I head towards the great room. Christian's on the phone, pacing the room near the piano. There's a room near the piano? What the? I don't care. She's here. He snaps. He turns to glare at me and switches off his phone. Where the fuck have you been? He growls but doesn't make a move towards me. Your personal bodyguard was literally with her until this moment, you fucking idiot. How did you not know where she was? Or are you just that he's lying? I'm 100% he's lying. He's lying and pretending. Literally, one of your 2 personal bodyguards or both were with her every goddamn moment. You know where she was. She wasn't out of your sight. You fucking. This is bullshit. I'm so done. He's angry with me. He's the one who just spent God knows how long with his loony ex-girlfriend and he's angry at me. Yeah, throw something expensive at him, miss by a mile and break it, and then storm the fuck out and never come back, and then sue his ass. Sue his ass for putting you in danger, having you held at gunpoint, compromising your apartment, emotional, mental. Sue him for like $10 million. He'll settle on the first day like Diddy, and then you're set for life. That is what I would get out of this relationship, and then never think of him again, ever. Like Johnny Depp in the Amber Heard trial, you ain't gonna see these eyes again. And I am not 100% on his side. I am not one of those people that thinks Johnny Depp is some pure driven angel. He's a fucking psychopath, abusive asshole. The problem is he met up with another psychopath, abusive asshole. They mutually abuse the fuck out of each other, but he ain't no innocent angel. To anyone who's saying, like, oh, he never hurt her and he treated her like a princess, you're a moron. He absolutely beat the fuck out of her. He absolutely drugged the fuck out of her and was a drunken, drugged out lunatic the entire fucking time. That doesn't mean he's a bad actor or I don't like him as a person or he hasn't done very good things. It means he has a dark side and I don't want to be married to him. People are more than one thing, idiot. Like, learn to grow the fuck up. Does he play a great Jack Sparrow? Yes. Years before the Amber Heard Johnny Depp bullshit, and I mean 6 years before, when the actual fifth Pirates was being filmed, were there leaked articles about him going on 5-day benders with Marilyn Manson and being so drunk that it shut down production at $100,000 a day for like 6 weeks because he was so drunk and coked out? Yes! Those articles are there. And then a trial comes around and people are like, oh, he never did drugs. He never was drunk. Yes, he was, you fucking idiot. It's literally published. It's literally multiple accounts and people backing it up from 6 years ago. That yes, that's exactly how he acted. He ain't no innocent angel. And that's my point with Christian. He ain't no innocent angel. Does he deserve to get shot in the face? Yes, in my opinion, but not like this. But he ain't no innocent angel and neither is she. She has crossed the line into not being innocent anymore. Because she's been well informed enough, even if she's too stupid to process it or take it in, that doesn't mean she wasn't told. So they're both not innocent. I have no sympathy for anyone left. They both deserve to die. The world is a better place without either of these people. Because they're too fucking, one is too fucking stupid and incompetent to exist. The other is a megalomaniacal serial killer that just fucking needs to be ended. So shoot both of them, bury them in the sound, and I'm done. The world's a better place. And on that note, please consider sponsoring a duck. We only have 2 pages left, so it's your last chance for $10 to please sponsor a duck drawn at random from the bag that is to my side. And that's my last shout out of the evening. Have you been drinking? He asks appalled. Honey, you're lucky I didn't chug half your cellar. Shut the fuck up. Excuse me again. That bit. I didn't think it was that obvious. He grasps and runs his hand through his hair. I told you to come back here. His voice is menacingly quiet. It's 15 after 10. I've been so worried about you. I went for a drink or 3 with Ethan while you were attending to your ex. I hissed at him. I didn't know how long you were going to be with her. Okay, I'm sorry. You don't get... He was not hooking up with her on the side. I have no doubt, as I said, that she blew him and he probably fucked her up the ass several times. But this was not a scheduled hookup. So this is stupid. Why do you say it like that? I shrug and stare down at my fingers. Anna, what's wrong? And for the first time I hear something other than anger in his voice. What? Fear? Okay, if she's saying at page 320 that the first time she's ever heard something other than anger from the guy she's about to move in with, you shouldn't be moving in with them, you idiot slut! At this point, she is just a slut. She's a wanton, driven by her hormones and please make me come slut. With 0 brain cells. She's a fucking, like, she's the worst kind of idiot. Also, she should be about 11 years old for this to intellectually fit, as opposed to being the assistant to the editor-in-chief, having supposedly graduated college with a degree. Are we saying she lay down and spread, and I don't mean with her legs, for every professor to earn those A's and degree because she must have, because nobody who has a degree is this fucking stupid. I swallowed, trying to work out what I want you to say. The jokes I could make about swallowing. Where's Layla? I ask. In a psychiatric hospital in Fremont, he says, and his voice is scrutinizing mine. Anna, what is it? He moves towards me until he's standing right in front of me. What's wrong? He breathes. I shake my head. I'm no good for you. He's right, and this is where he hands her a check for $1 million and goes away, and that's the end of the movie Arthur, and that's how this should end, which I'm now seeing there are elements of. I can't be everything you need. You are everything I need. Just seeing you with her. My voice trails off. Why do you do this to me? This is not about you, Anna. It's about her. He takes a deep breath, running his hand through his hair again. Right now, she's a very sick girl. Stop calling her a girl. She's a grown-ass woman. You're supposedly a grown-ass man. Use the terms man and woman. You're not a fucking child. And yes, it is about you. Because you did that. Again, how he's taking no responsibility because he did this. He 100% did this, and I maintain my headcanon that he sold her when he was done with her and she got too clingy. He thought, oh, I'll find her a husband to cling on to, so that'll deal with her. Like, he did this. He belongs in jail or dead or worse or both. Like, if the TV show Lucifer was real, I'd be petitioning him and his club to, like, can I arrange a special hell for this guy? I'll pay for it. You can't, he pleads. Christian, I struggle to collect my thoughts. What am I trying to say? I need time. Time to process this. Give me time. No. No, he says. He looks wildly around the room. Her inspiration for divine intervention, I don't know. You can't go, Anna. I love you. I love you too, Christian. It's just, no. No, he says in desperation and puts both his hands on his head. So he's having a fit right now because she's saying, like, she's what you need. And I saw that. I saw you as yourself. Basically, I saw your true form when you domed her, and that's what you want, and that's what she wanted, and I understand that now. I see it. Finally, it took her 400 pages into 2 books. It took her 1,000 pages to figure out the thing that he's told her repeatedly, and she was too stupid to figure out. She finally fucking gets it, that that's what he is, and that's the woman he wants, and that's how it goddamn well fucking works. And now she's pissed off and acting like I can never be that, which is true. And this is where, again, the movie The Prince and Me, this is where she says, no, I'm going to medical school and not being a princess because that matters, and your useless, stupid life of being a courtier doesn't. And you're an ass clown who isn't serious, so fuck you. That movie had a very serious point done in a bad way. I really hope somebody someday makes a genuine, like, Disney, pick one of the Disney, seriously, Cinderella's out of copyright. Anyone can do this. Take the Cinderella format and turn it into The Prince and Me, because that's what it was. Only do it better and not obnoxious and stupid. Do it better, because that's a story that young girls should grow up with, as opposed to the actual Snow White. The original Cinderella is actually empowering if you know how to look at it. We have half a page left and we'll be done in 5 minutes, so last chance to sponsor a duck! Everyone, the bag is right here. Do we see? 24 ducks waiting to be sponsored and drawn. 24. They're like the aliens in the claw machine at Toy Story. Win and go, pick me. Ooh. Do this. Last chance. If you wish to sponsor a duck, last chance. Christian, no. He breathes, his eyes wide with panic, and suddenly he drops to his knees in front of me, head bowed, his hands spread out on his thighs. He takes a deep breath and doesn't move. What? Christian, what are you doing? He continues to stare down, not looking at me. Christian, what are you doing? I repeat in a high-pitched voice. He doesn't move. Christian, look at me. I command in panic. His head sweeps up without hesitation and he regards me passively. His cool gray gaze. He's almost serene, expectant. Holy fuck, Christian, the submissive. End of chapter. Because that's the idiot scene where he drops to his knees and says, "Don't leave me," because he's doing the palms up thing of like, "I'm submitting to you because I need you so much." Even in the movie, this is fucking bullshit, and she should have just walked out and said, "Get the fuck up and stop acting like a child." Because he's doing it out of immature, petulant gratitude and nothing else. This is where all this falls apart. Really, the middle book is the weakest part because it has nothing to begin with, and there's still like half of this left. How is there half of this left? Seriously, we've got their 2 chapters. How is there half of this left? Fucking A. We didn't even get one duck. All I wanted tonight was one duck. That's all I wanted. The last 2 weeks. So we've now officially gone 2 weeks without a duck, and I'm very disappointed because I really wanted another duck, and we don't have another duck. 2 weeks, we don't have another duck, and I'm very disappointed. So that's the end of 2 chapters. It's earlier than I expected, actually, but the second chapter was like 8 pages. Don't blame me, I didn't write it. I didn't make the chapter breaks. They're fucking ridiculous. I didn't make them. I'm doing my best to contend with them. I'm sorry. But I'm doing my best. And there are ducks. Why am I hearing noise? The fuck? No, I'm hearing noise and I'm playing it. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Okay. If there was noise right there, I'm sorry. What the fuck? Okay, something I did not. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, I need to go because that was weird and what the fuck, and something just changed over that shouldn't have. And I need to go now. So everyone have a very good night. Please pet your fur babies. Consider sponsoring a duck. The link above is always live. If you want to sponsor a duck or other things or support this channel in other ways, please like and subscribe and comment. And I need to go very extremely right now because what the actual fuck just happened. Things are going on. Please like, subscribe, support this channel. Love your fur babies. Thank you all very much. Hope you had a very, very, very good time. Please post pictures of your pets in my Pet Adventure channel because we all love the fur babies and they're great. Please love on a fur baby. Thank you all for being here. You're all very excellent. I'm sure Ralph will get some friends. I'm sure Ralph will get some friends very soon and we'll all be here to see it and it'll be awesome. And I'll continue to build on the duck stage and make it awesome. But I really, really gotta go. Love you all. See you. Love your fur babies. Bye.